Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th FOODPOLIS International Conference. My name is Jung Da-hee, and it's my great pleasure to meet all of you as your MC today. Today's conference is the best international one in the domestic food industry that celebrates its 10th anniversary this year. And we have been inviting the experts at home and abroad to diagnose the current food industry and design the future through the conference. We opened this year's conference on the theme of COVID-19 upside strategies in functional foods industry, which would be useful time to share the vision and new normal of the health food market that will be reorganized to meet the unprecedented corona pandemic era. We would like to meet the moderator and panel who are the best experts in the globe in person here. But as you understand, it will be proceeding online due to the COVID-19. However, on the other hand, we believe that it is meaningful for us because the conference will allow us to be able to join more people online from all over the world, transcending time and space. Today's conference will be broadcast live on YouTube, KTV channel, and Naver TV on Korea Institute for Food Industry Cluster. And after the conference, you can watch it again on YouTube channel and KTV channel of Channel Korea Institute for Food Industry Cluster. And please allow me to introduce about Korea National Food Cluster, where is the host for today's conference briefly. It is the first food industry complex where fosters food companies and support their growth through the National Food Cluster. We support technology to create high added value for companies by utilizing world-class business support facilities and provide a good environment for a business through customized consulting, such as manpower, marketing, export, and licensing, as well as the growth project for startups and ventures, which will give the opportunity to fulfill their dreams in the food industry. We look forward to your continued interest and support so that the Korea Institute for Food Industry Cluster can play a pivotal role in the Korean food industry. Now, let us begin today's conference with the welcome remarks. His Excellency, Mr. Lee Jae-wook, Vice Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, sent us the message. Let us watch it.
안녕하십니까. 제10회 국가식품 클러스터 국제 컨퍼런스 참가자 여러분, 농림축산식품부 이재욱 차관입니다. 오늘 첨단식품의 메카인 국가식품 클러스터에서 식품산업 발전을 위한 제10회 국제식품 컨퍼런스가 열리게 된 것을 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 먼저 국제 컨퍼런스에 참석하신 세계적인 석학 여러분들과 소중한 자리를 마련해 주신 진흥원 윤태진 이사장님, KTV국민방송 관계자 여러분의 노고에 감사드립니다. 기조연설을 해주실 데이비드 히버 의장님, 조양희 부사장님, 수잔 조 대표님을 비롯하여 식품산업 발전을 위한 세계 주제에 대한 발표와 토의에 참석하는 교수님들과 전문가분들께 감사드립니다. 더불어 자리를 함께해 주신 국가식품 클러스터 입주기업 관계자분들과 국가식품 클러스터에 애정과 관심이 많으신 국내외 식품 관련 기업, 유관기관 여러분들께도 최신 식품 트렌드를 공유할 수 있는 좋은 기회가 될 것으로 생각합니다. 존경하는 내빈 여러분, 최근 코로나19로 인한 글로벌 위기로 사회 경제적 악영향이 현실화되고 있습니다. 이러한 어려움은 식품산업에도 큰 변화가 예상되어 업계의 선도적인 준비와 대응이 필요한 시점입니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스의 주제는 이러한 트렌드를 반영하여 건강식품 신시장 개척, 기능성 K푸드 글로벌 진출, 국제식품 클러스터의 식품산업 현황에 대한 내용으로 알고 있습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스가 식품 관련 산학연 관계자 모두에게 국내외 최신 기술과 정보를 함께 공유하여 변화하는 식품 트렌드에 적극 대응해 나갈 수 있는 소중한 기회가 되시기를 바랍니다. 정부에서도 국가식품 클러스터가 식품 산업의 변화와 혁신을 주도하는 중추적 역할을 할 수 있도록 해외 유수의 식품 기업 및 대학 등과 네트워크를 더욱 공고히 하도록 지원할 계획입니다. 존경하는 내빈 여러분, 다시 한번 제10회 국가식품 클러스터 국제 컨퍼런스 개최를 축하드리며 대한민국 식품산업의 발전과 식품 혁신 성장의 중심인 국가식품 클러스터 발전에 앞으로도 소중한 동반자가 되어주시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you to Vice Minister Lee for the message for the sustainable growth of Korean agriculture and food. Next, it's my privilege to introduce the congratulatory speech by the member of National Assembly, Han Byung-do, through the video.
여러분 반갑습니다. 전북 익산을 국회의원 한병도입니다. 제10회 한국식품산업클러스터진흥원 국제 컨퍼런스 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 코로나 바이러스는 건강식품 산업의 전환점이 되고 있다고 생각합니다. 따라서 식품 산업이 포스트 코로나에 대비해 지속 가능한 성장을 모색해야 될 시기가 왔다고 생각합니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스를 통해 건강식품 산업 발전과 앞으로 변화될 시장 개척을 위해 풍부한 토론이 이루어지기를 기대합니다. 마지막으로 오늘 행사 개최를 위해 힘써주신 국내의 여러 기관과 학계 관계자분들 감사를 전합니다. 저도 식품 산업과 식품 클러스터 발전을 위해 다각도로 노력하고 발로 열심히 뛰도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Han. Hope that he will support for the development of Korean food industry on behalf of people in National Assembly. We gather together here in 전라북도 today for the conference so that Song Ha-jin, Governor of 전라북도, sent the congratulatory speech to open the conference as well. Let us look at the video clip.
올해에는 온라인으로 만나 뵙게 되었습니다. 국가식품 클러스터 제10회 국제 컨퍼런스 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 코로나19라는 세계적 위기 속에서도 식품산업 발전을 위해 함께해 주신 모든 분께 깊이 감사드립니다. 코로나19는 인류 문명사의 큰 전환점이 되고 있습니다. 역사적으로 전염병은 농식품 시스템을 크게 바꿨습니다. 우리의 식품산업도 변화의 물결을 마주하고 있습니다. 올해 컨퍼런스에서는 코로나19로 인한 식품산업의 위기를 기회로 바꾸고 대전환을 위해 필요한 전략을 모색한다고 들었습니다. 그 어느 때보다 의미 있는 시간이 될 것으로 기대합니다. 국내의 전문가 여러분의 다양한 고견이 국가식품 클러스터의 혁신 성장과 한국형 식품 클러스터 정책 모델 정립에 든든한 밑거름이 되어주길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you to Governor Song. We would like to ask him for more support to help the Korean food industry wisely overcome this crisis. Yes, here is the Iksan, so that the mayor of Iksan, Jung Hon-yul, leave the congratulatory message. Let's watch it.
예, 안녕하십니까. 익산시장 정원율입니다. 먼저 제10회 국가식품 클러스터 국제 컨퍼런스 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 또한 오늘 국제 컨퍼런스 개최를 위해 헌신적인 노력을 기울여 주신 관계자분들과 바쁘신 중에도 우리 익산을 방문해 주시고 참석해 주신 모든 초청 연사님들께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 안타깝게도 올해는 코로나로 인해 비대면으로 행사를 개최하게 됐습니다만은 대신에 온라인을 통해 전 세계적으로 더 많은 분들이 참여할 수 있어서 오히려 국제행사의 장으로 한 걸음 더 나아가는 좋은 계기가 될 것이라고 생각을 합니다. 특히 이번 국제 컨퍼런스에는 포스트 코로나에 대비한 건강식품시장 기회 전략이라는 주제로 유익한 강연들이 준비되어 있습니다. 또 온라인을 통한 질의응답과 토론도 실시간으로 진행될 예정입니다. 이번 기회를 통해 서로 다양한 정보를 교환하고 궁금증도 해소하면서 다가오는 포스트 코로나 시대 건강식품 산업이 나아가야 할 방향을 함께 모색해보는 뜻깊은 시간이 되기를 기대합니다. 끝으로 코로나로 인해 전 세계적으로 어려운 상황 속에서도 국제 컨퍼런스에 관심을 가져주신 점 다시 한번 감사드리며 익산시는 앞으로도 국가식품 클러스터가 세계적인 식품 전문 산업단지로 거듭날 수 있도록 최선의 노력을 다하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Obviously, Iksan needs the support of Mayor Chung because it includes the National Korean Food Cluster. Thank you again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so pleased to invite to the stage Yoon Tae-jin, the CEO of the Food Industry Promotional Agency of Korea, for his opening remarks. Would you please?
Welcome to FOODPOLIS. 여러분 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yoon Tae-jin, CEO of the Food Industry Promotional Agency of Korea. At this very moment, global audience is joining us today, and thank you so much for being with us. We held the first online food industry international conference for the first time, and it is my great honor to host and organize today's event. I would first like to extend my gratitude to Vice Minister of the Ministry of Agricultural and Food, Governor Song and Mayor Chung, and all the organizers for your hard work. In addition, I would also like to extend my gratitude to 11 speakers who are going to give meaningful presentations for our audience. We are inviting food experts from home and abroad, and we're going to showcase a forecast about what is going to happen in the future. And I hope that you take this opportunity to learn from our experts. National Food Cluster is created and formed by the national government, and 94 companies have invested in these facilities, while 49 companies are actively in operation. The Institute not only supports production, raw materials, or business opportunities, we also provide a technology such as ingredient analysis, food packaging support, and other R&D technologies, including production capabilities. We provide a variety of support to the companies that are located in our cluster. In addition, in order to cope with the changing trends of the global food industry, we regularly invite global experts to share their expertise with our member companies. And this year marks the 10th year anniversary. We will continue to work hard so that Korean food can be the center of the world food industries. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude for the ones who are here with us today and also who are joining us from online through online platforms. Thank you.
Thank you for the address. He showed us the vision for the Korean food industry to leap into another leading brand representing Korea in the world along with K-prevention and K-pop. So from now on, let us discuss cooperative tasks jumping through time and space, starting with the session 1. This will be moderated by the Honorary Professor, Seoul National University, Lee Hyung-ju, who is the advisor for the Future Forum of the Korea Health Functional Food and has been served as the president of Korea Food Safety Research Institute. Oh, I will take over the microphone of Professor Lee. Would you please start the session?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all to the keynote address session of this conference. My name is Hyung-ju Lee, Professor Emeritus of Food Science and Biotechnology, Seoul National University, and I am privileged to chair this session of keynote address. The theme of the session is Post-COVID-19 Strategy for the Global Functional Foods Industry. The current pandemic of COVID-19 compels us to modify every part of our life with the unprecedented solutions. Three eminent speakers are invited to discuss the strategy for the future functional food industry. Dr. David Heber, chairman of the Herbalife Nutrition Institute USA, and Dr. Yang Cho, Vice President of Amway Korea, and Dr. Sujin Cho, CEO of ACE1RS USA. Since the conference is running on a very tight schedule, it's unfortunate that only brief introduction of the prominent speakers can be given. But please remember that the detailed CV is appeared on the conference homepage. I also like to ask lecturers to keep the talk time of 20 minutes. One more thing, the discussion will be open after all the three presentations is finished. Okay, let's now move to the first presentation. The first speaker is Dr. David Heber, who is the chairman of the Herbalife Nutrition Institute and Professor Emeritus of Medicine and Public Health at the David Geffen School of Medicine at University of California, Los Angeles. Dr. Heber's title is The Future Direction of Functional Food Post-COVID-19. Dr. Heber.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be introduced here at this FOODPOLIS conference on functional foods. It's a great honor to be with you here in Korea, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about what I'm going to be speaking about today. So today we're going to be talking about the future direction of functional foods post-COVID-19. The objectives of this lecture are first to discuss with you the relationship between the immune system and key factors in the context of COVID-19, the relationship between the immune system and nutrition, plant-based diets and their benefits for immune health, and the future of functional health foods, and then I'll summarize the key takeaways of my presentation. Now, we've all seen this figure of COVID-19, and on the viral surface, those red proteins are called spike proteins. They bind to a protein on the surface of lung cells called the ACE2, or angiotensin-converting enzyme 2. Electron microscopy studies have revealed the structure of the binding site on these proteins and the part of the virus that binds to it on cells. There are more of these ACE2 proteins in fat cells than in lung cells. Obesity, diabetes, and high blood pressure, as well as advanced age, are risk factors for present and future viral infections and pneumonias. So obesity and diabetes are a key problem in Korea. In 2018, the prevalence of obesity among Korean men was 42.8%, and among women it was 25.5%. This is the highest percentage in the last 20 years, and as with the global obesity epidemic, is due to increased calorie intake, especially of high-fat, high-sugar foods, and reduced physical activity. The 2018 Korea National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey found the prevalence of diabetes among adults 30 years or older was 13.8%. and the prevalence of diabetes among adults 65 years or older was 27.6%, nearly 1 in 3. So let's talk about aging and immune function. There are many factors both within your body and in the environment that affect immune function as you age. On the upper part of this slide are shown the factors within your body that affect immune function. Reduced muscle mass, also called sarcopenia, is something you want to avoid. Muscle has many metabolic functions, including support of the immune system. Skin atrophy and wrinkling, which occurs with aging, allows bacteria to get through the skin more easily. There's reduced immune responsiveness to antigens, whether a vaccine or an infection. An elderly person may generate fewer immune cells and less antibody protein. There's reduced function of the mucosae in the lungs and airways, providing less protection against airborne infections. And there are genetic changes of aging that make the immune system less effective. On the lower part of the slide are environmental factors, some of which you can control, including diet and physical activity. You can avoid frailty with regular exercise, reduce stress with good sleep and meditation. You can manage your pharmacological treatments to both prevent disease and enhance health, and you can try to avoid comorbid illnesses. Now, in Korea, there's a very aging population. The life expectancy in Korea is 82.7 years. This puts Korean aging in the top 5 among OECD countries. Only 29.5% of Koreans over 15 years of age perceive their state of health as good, which is the lowest among OECD countries. 9 out of 10 adults in Korea consider maintaining good health as essential, but only 6 out of 10 actually make the effort to keep good health. The health functional food market reached $4 billion in 2019, up by 3.5%. That's 2.9 trillion KRW in 2015. How do you measure age? Well, chronological age, the number of years you're on this earth, don't generally correlate with biological age, as two people may be of the same age but differ in their mental and physical capacities. Each nation and government have different ways of classifying age, and divisions are sometimes made between the young old, between 65 and 74, the middle old, between 75 and 84, and the oldest old, over age 85. Aging does proceed at different rates in individuals, and this was shown in this study from New Zealand called the Dunedin study, in which 1,000 healthy adults aged 26 years were followed for the following 12 years until they reached the age of 38. What they found was some individuals aged at 1/2 the rate of others, while others aged at 2 times the average. This was based on 14 different parameters measured while they aged, shown in the lower part of the slide, including forced expiratory volume from the lungs, hemoglobin levels, lipid levels, exercise capacity, and many other functions that related to the biology of aging. And this study clearly shows that some people age at different rates. And what was very interesting in this study is there was also faster aging of the face. Photographs of the 1,000 individuals were provided to judges who were not told the age of the individuals. They were asked to guess the age. And in fact, their guess of the age correlated very well with the biological markers. And this is explainable as follows, because with aging, the skin loses collagen and elastin, and this results in wrinkling, a common problem with aging that is accelerated by smoking and excessive sun exposure. But taking collagen supplements can help to reduce the loss of collagen in the skin, and this is what's known as a collagen hydrolysate. Now, proteins, other proteins are very important for immune function. With protein malnutrition, less critical immune proteins are made, including antibodies called immunoglobulins that bind to viruses and prevent their entry into cells. Malnourished individuals getting inadequate protein in their diet also have a poor antibody response to the vaccines. These reductions in immune cell number impair immune responses. Many population studies have shown loss of immune function during malnutrition. And this explains the increased susceptibility to many kinds of infection in malnourished individuals, including infections with influenza, tuberculosis, bacterial and viral pneumonias, and gastrointestinal infections. So the biology of aging is somewhat complex. It is all under the rubric of inflammaging. That is a natural inflammation driven by excess body fat in the abdomen called inflammaging. This results in DNA damage, release of proteins called pro-inflammatory cytokines, oxidative damage, loss of brain cells and other cells, and reduction in immune function, as we have discussed. This can be seen in the muscle with abnormal mitochondria, the energy factories in the muscle, which release oxygen radicals, accelerating the rate of aging. And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. Abdominal obesity is very common in Korea and throughout Asia. Abdominal obesity results in excess body fat being located around the intestines where 70% of the immune system is found. Even when body weight is normal, you can have excess internal abdominal fat. This internal abdominal fat leads to increased inflammation, oxidative stress, and tissue damage to many organs in the body, including not only the immune system, but the eyes, the kidney, the skin, the lungs, the brain, the heart, and the joints through arthritis. What you can do to counter the oxidative stress is to eat a colorful plant-based diet. More people than ever are eating plant-based diets with colorful vegetables, fruits, whole grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds. This is different than a strict vegan or strict vegetarian diet where animal products are completely eliminated. But in this diet, you can eat small amounts of animal products as well, but base the diet largely on the 7 color groups. It includes salads and special vegetable-based proteins in meals, including combinations of beans, nuts, and whole grains. Desserts are easy to make with fresh or frozen fruits. And soy protein meal replacement shakes are an excellent choice to be sure you're getting all your needed protein and micronutrients. I summarize these findings in 2 books called What Color is Your Diet and the LA Shape Diet, both of which are available in Korea. Muscle health is the next topic I'd like to discuss. We've mentioned it briefly as one of the problems with aging and immune function. And maintaining muscle requires both nutrition and exercise as you age. Now, muscle does not store protein. When you eat a meal, the amino acids are the building blocks of protein. They're broken down from the protein. They rise in the blood. And when their concentration in the blood is greater than in the muscle, they enter the muscle where they stimulate new protein synthesis. Between meals, as shown in the lower part of the slide, amino acids are released from the muscle. So you must have the proper amount of protein, not only every day, but at every meal. The importance of exercise is also shown on this slide. When you exercise, you stretch your muscle fibers, leading to a mild inflammation, which attracts satellite cells, which fuse with your muscle, making it larger and stronger. And here you can see me practicing push-ups in the gym, one of the exercises I do to maintain my muscle age. So exercise can help to reduce the loss of muscle with aging. Shown in the upper part of this slide is the loss of muscle, which results in disability in elderly individuals who do not exercise. However, if you exercise with resistance training and aerobic training, you can reduce this rate of muscle loss. Shown in the bottom part of the slide is one of the reasons why. With high-intensity interval training and resistance training, you can keep the mitochondria, the small energy factories in your muscles, healthier so that they release less in the way of oxygen radicals, and there's a reduced loss of muscle. Now, immunonutrition is also influencing protein in the intestine around the immune system. So 70% of the immune system is located around the intestine where nutrients work to stimulate the growth of your gut bacteria known as the microbiome. These 14 trillion bacteria digest what your body does not and produce a number of substances which circulate in the system and promote immune health. So immunity is lost with severe protein deficiency through the breakdown of the protein barrier shown on this slide, separating the immune system underneath the intestinal villi from the intestinal contents. So the foods you eat determine the bacteria in your microbiome, which in turn affects your immune system. And I wrote about this in a professional textbook called Immunonutrition on the Interactions of Diet, Genetics, and Inflammation in 2014. Foods that help immune function are foods that contain protein, phytonutrients, including fiber and polyphenols. Now, botanicals have always been popular ingredients in functional foods for health. Many are known to have health benefits, including supporting immune function and relieving upper respiratory tract infections. As self-care is becoming the new normal, there will be a greater demand for botanicals with a strong history of use, as well as scientific evidence from clinical trials, as shown here for ginseng and echinacea. Now, fish oils are an important part of the diet. In ancient times, when mankind evolved on a plant-based diet, there was a balance of so-called omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids. However, in the last 200 years, the addition of large amounts of vegetable oil to processed snack foods has increased the amount of omega-6, resulting in a huge imbalance, resulting in pro-inflammatory substances like prostaglandins, leukotrienes, and thromboxanes, shown in the red square on the slide. On the other hand, omega-3 fatty acids, which come from flaxseed and other plants, are converted to eicosapentaenoic acid. However, the human body is relatively inefficient in doing this, so it's beneficial to take the eicosapentaenoic acid, the long elongated fatty acid in this series, directly with fish oil supplements or eating ocean-caught fish. These supplements contain EPA and DHA, eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid. These lead to anti-inflammatory smaller molecules, prostaglandins, thromboxanes, and leukotrienes, shown in the green square at the bottom. Now, if you want to add extra fat to your diet, after reducing the total amount of omega-6 fat and increasing omega-3, you can add olive oil or avocado oil. These are neutral omega-9 oils that do not affect the omega-6, omega-3 balance, but still have 140 calories per tablespoon. So you want to be careful with these. Your body fat reflects over time the fat that you eat, and healthy fats support immune function. Now, the future of health functional foods will be to promote better health in the post-COVID-19 era. Consumers will look for health functional foods that support not only immune health, but support the structures and functions that help to support immune responses. Shown in the upper part of this slide is the protein challenge, not only from fish and animal sources, such as chicken and beef, but from many types of plants, maize, rice, soybeans, wheat, all grown through sustainable agriculture. And people are even looking at some insect sources of protein in the future. Manufacturers of health functional foods that are industrial products are present now, including symbiotics similar to kimchi and nutraceutical supplements, in addition to the animal and plant foods we've already discussed. So manufacturers of health functional foods will be asked to consider the environmental impact while safeguarding public health and providing health benefits. Future health functional foods will use more land-efficient alternatives for animal source ingredients, and if produced with renewable energy, they will provide greenhouse gas benefits for the planet's climate. So here are my key summaries from today's address. Health functional foods will be much more focused on immune health post-COVID-19. This pandemic has made clear our personal responsibility to control and manage our obesity and obesity-associated diseases that are more common with aging, including diabetes and hypertension, to maintain immune health. Obesity, diabetes, and high blood pressure often are risk factors for present and future viral infections and pneumonias. Beyond filling nutrient gaps, health functional foods will seek to promote health through optimal nutrition for physical and psychological well-being, including optimal performance, healthy aging, and the prevention of muscle loss or sarcopenia with aging. So thank you very much for your attention today, and I'll be happy to answer a question. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hever, for your excellent talk, including the Korean statistics for the metabolic syndrome incidences. And you emphasized the importance of the immune health and the post-COVID-19 era. Okay, now we are going to move to the next lecture. The next lecture will be given by Dr. Yang-Yi Cho. She is the Vice President of the Amway Korea, and before she joined the Amway, Dr. Cho had worked over 10 years as researcher at the Korean Health Industry Development Institute, which is the government-established organization. Dr. Joe's title is Industrial Trend of Nutraceuticals R&D. Dr. Joe, please.
네, 교수님 감사합니다. 어쨌든 한국 오디언스가 많은 관계로 저는
Because I believe that there are more Korean audience than foreigners, I would like to use Korean for my presentation.
이런 주제를 가지고 중요한 컨퍼런스에
It is my pleasure and privilege to join this important and timely conference, which talks about one of the most important topics of this time. Just like Dr. Heber shared earlier, whether it's before COVID or after COVID, he mentioned all the things that science has to focus on. It was a little bit broad, but also very specific. It was a very well thought out and well planned presentation, all in all. And now it is time for us to talk about how this industry, the food functional industry, is going to change in the future. Today, through my presentation, I'm going to talk about what are some agenda that we need to face after COVID-19. It could be a high-level questioning. It could be a topic that is general, which also covers how the general society will change in the future. Now we need to look at the changes that COVID-19 brought. Do you think what we did yesterday, before COVID, can be enjoyed in the future? I can surely say that we won't be able to live the same way. We might go back and do something similar to what we did before, but it will never be the same. But when I came to Iksan today, I had to wear a mask. But before, it wasn't a mandatory activity. It wasn't a common activity. That is why we are talking about a new world after COVID-19. And that is why we are talking about the new normal that this virus will pose. And we are now here sitting together and we have homework to talk about how the future will be like. If someone asks me what would be the biggest change after COVID-19, I would say speed. Unlike the past, I believe things will be done in a very speedy manner. And Microsoft also said that digital transformation will happen over 2 months instead of 2 years. And it's also said in the future, things will be done 10 times faster, 300 times bigger, and 3,000 times stronger. In order to cope up with this speed, people will rush, and many people will fail in the process. So when you call a success, people who manage to minimize and reduce failures will be the ones who will succeed in the end. That is why we need to read how consumers will change. Without reading how consumers will change, we won't be able to come up with successful product development. We need to be able to define consumers in the following 3 ways. After COVID-19, we conducted market research, and this is the result from the survey. After COVID-19 broke out, everyone panicked, and people did not know how to get out of this panic. It is a time of confusion, and that is why we came up with this keyword, reset. We need to think about how we're going to protect our loved ones from this dangerous bacteria and germs. So people are more concerned and conscious about daily hygiene. Secondly, after we get out and break free from germs and harmful bacteria, we need to think about how we're going to care for our family and friends in this dangerous settings. And also, eating or consuming food is totally changed as well. When you think about food consumption,
과거에 바라봤던
the old way won't apply.
사와 함께 재해석을 하기 시작하는 겁니다.
The old way of eating will reduce, and we will have to reinterpret how we eat. We need to think about new cooking methods and new cooking recipes. We're going to go through trials and errors, and after this confusion,
저희들에게 이걸 받아들일 수밖에 없는
I believe that people will be able to accept the new normal and the new reality. I would call this stage the stage of acknowledgement. And during this acknowledgement stage, people will try to keep their own balance. And the key word during the process will be health. In the past,
수많은 나의 생활 속에서
there will be many different elements of daily lives, and you did not really think about your health. But now, health became the most important element of your life, and it'll be attached to every thinking and thought process.
그리고
From now on, young millennials or Generation Z
사회적 기업이 사회적 책임 부분 이런 혼돈의 시대에
are already very interested in social corporate responsibility, but this brand loyalty will be much more strengthened after the COVID-19 outbreak. And because things will become digital, new consumer groups and targets will appear.
재가치 측면에서 재해석해
They will reinterpret the existing values,
명확하고 정교하게 읽어
and you have to be able to read it accurately and precisely. Without this analysis, you won't be able to succeed in the future industry. And after these two major processes, you will try to now then redefine what you have done.
발생된 것들을 모두 다
You will now sit down and look at things with a new lens. You will try to overcome and control your surroundings. You will create your own at-home rituals. Individuals have to come up with their own creativity. You are going to be exposed to many different materials and data, and you will apply your own reinterpretation skills and creativity.
지배를 할 것이라고 보고 있고
This will be the main element of the new era.
워크 밸런스
And I believe that life and work balance will become more and more important because non-contact environments are going to be much more prevalent in the future.
또한 마지막으로는
And last but not least, people will focus on online shopping. And you have to think about how you're going to interact with digital brands as a consumer.
소비자의 트렌드를 바탕으로 해서
Based on all these consumer-oriented trends, we are going to have to apply new direction for health supplement product development. We need to think about immunity, but people think immunity in a very different way. Let's say you talk to a random person. What do you think immunity is? Every single person will come up with different answers. That is why Dr. Hibber said that mechanism is very complex and complicated, and using the complex scientific elements to product development is not going to work. You need to interpret those complex science into a more intuitive and simple mechanism so that consumers can better understand about the efficacy of specific products. We need to utilize and apply modern science because that's where consumers will be most interested in. That is why Chinese medicine is actively utilized in product development recently. And this is a great example of how people are now looking into alternative or a little bit different technology and approach when it comes to boosting immunity. The Chinese government is now aiming to lead the world global food market utilizing the Chinese and Oriental medicine, and I think their approach is very adequate and timely. it's going to be very successful. And now we have to think about
내추럴입니다. 그래서
back to nature.
이제 생산에서부터 나의
From production to manufacturing, all the logistical process, throughout all value chains, people require traceability in a more rigorous manner.
또한 뭐 이미 서구 사회에서 많이 유행하고
And as you can see, in the West, clean labels are becoming more popular, and this trend will continue and spread as well. Now you need to think about how you're going to launch your own clean labels as a company.
가지고 보고 있고 또 강조
And also, what I would like to emphasize
이런
next is
식품은 푸드입니다.
the consumer experience journey. Health supplements or functional foods are food, it's not a medicine. That is why we need to think of the journey, the consumer journey, and technologies related to this journey of improving consumers' life are being developed.
타깃이 되는 물질을
For example,
정확한 시간에
we have to specifically deliver target materials, and there are related slow release mechanisms such as single layer or double layer. There's also a technology called gum plus chewable. You can see many different technologies that I listed on this specific slide. There are also a way to break down different elements in order to increase absorption rate in human body. And we also use a capsule-in-capsule mechanism so that two different characteristics can be combined together without affecting one another. This is to deliver efficacy, and after calculating all the intended delivery time in consumers' bodies. Utilizing this technology,
테크놀로지가 한국 시장에 들어오기에는
the market will go through a transformation. However, this will be difficult in Korea. Korea has a government-oriented, government-driven approach instead of letting the private market lead these changes. That is why the Korean government needs to do this homework of how to employ and implement new technologies in the food industry. Technological changes, industry changes, and trend changes are being expedited, and we need to think about what next to do as the industry leaders. All experts will say that we need to focus on globalization. How we're going to enter the global market. The Korean market increased from 4 trillion won to 5 trillion won in terms of its size. How we're going to go global. This is the homework we need to do, and we need to be able to utilize Korean power. And that is why I wanted to come up with a few bullet points that I want you to look at. Number 1 would be K-power. K-immunity and K-culture are now leading the globe, and I think Korean citizens played a big part in the whole movement. Koreans have been very actively involved in globalizing Korean culture, and Korea has a culture where consumer protection is strictly respected. Korean consumers are the most picky groups, and we also have the smartest group of people as well. More than 80% of high school graduates go to universities, and this is unprecedented in the world. That is why I think instead of trying to compete against other countries or Korean citizens, we have to think of ways to cover and include all these people. The company that I work for is a global unicorn company, and Herbalife where Dr. Harper belongs to, is also a global powerhouse. That is why we need to utilize global expertise and knowledge. And by utilizing the knowledge that are accumulated overseas, we will be able to not only attract Korean consumers, but other foreign consumers as well. Instead of focusing on our own domestic market, we need to think out of the box. We have to have an open-minded attitude, and by being equipped with these elements, we can take the lead in the global food industry. We need to build a globalized ecosystem, and this is what everyone can easily assume. So now we need to think about how we're going to build the ecosystem. Good and virtual ecosystem can guarantee sustainable growth. What I would like to focus on here is global insight. Without global insight, nothing can be achieved. I worked in Korea for more than 10 years, and I also worked and lived abroad for more than 10 years. In order for us to be globally informed, you need to form a global network. And it takes time to nurture and spread and expand global networks. That is why you need to utilize existing global network that you possess. And the government can play a key role in terms of shaping such global networks. Without the global leadership of the Korean government, you won't be able to utilize the benefit. That is why the government should think about the leadership more than a partnership. Unlike the past, without science being the basis of food development, no one will be able to trust our products. Especially if you're talking about food and health functional foods, because these industry and these products face the strictest hurdles in the world, we need to be able to overcome such regulations. We need to now look back on current and existing regulations and rules that Korea adopted in the past. When these were first adopted, I would say it was a very accurate and fair movement. But now, because of these regulations, because of this rigid and strict regulations, companies are giving up developing new technologies and applying new technologies to the products. So now it's time for us to sit down and look back and think about easing such regulations. Now let me summarize my presentation. I think Korea has a very bright future when it comes to the global food industry market entrance. We are also faring very well. And this is the right time for us to think about consumer. We need to focus on consumers. And we also need the leadership of the Korean government. Consumer focus and as well as the government leadership have to go together. When these go together, we will think about consumer needs and consumer benefits, consumer efficacy. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, I hope that policymakers can think about these two factors so that they can come up with a holistic approach in the future. And for individual products, I wanted to make some emphasis on individual products, but because we do not have enough time, because I could not reveal some of the industry secrets and company secrets, I will skip that part. And I think many different consulting paper instead will deal with the part that I was originally going to deliver. I will keep my good work, and thank you so much for inviting me.
Presenting immune, phytochemicals, and globalization as keywords for the functional food industry and the post COVID-19 years. Okay, the third and the final lecturer is Dr. Sujin S. Cho. She is the CEO of the ACE1RS, a regulatory consulting firm in Maryland, USA. Before launching the firm, Dr. Cho had worked more than 20 years at the Kellogg as Director of Nutrition, Nutrition Business Partner, Food Chemist, or Senior Scientist. And instantly, I found that Dr. Cho and I are alumni of same University of Wisconsin-Madison, maybe more than 40 years ago. It's very nice to meet you, Dr. Cho, at this conference. Dr. Cho, please.
이영주 교수님께서 소개해 주신 대로 이영주 교수님하고는 한 40여 년 전에 유니버시티 위스콘신을 같이 다녔습니다. 그리고 오늘 프레젠테이션
I am the presenter. I'm speaking. Well, just to give you some behind the stories. Well, I've studied with about 40 years ago. I studied with at the university, the Wisconsin University, about 40 years ago. So it's so nice to meet him again online. So today I would like to present on the new dietary ingredient NDI as well as GRAS determinations.
다큐멘터리고 그래스는 푸드 인그리디언트의 세이프티에 관한 서류입니다.
So these are the kind of the FDA that relate to the regulations as well as some documentations. When we say the food, FDA classifies the food into many different segments. So when we say the food, it is defined as the articles or components of articles used for food or drink for humans or animals. And the food additives are any substance that becomes a component of or affects the characteristics of the food. And in the United States is the highly popular and is in the high demand. Then today, well, I would like to draw the one first question. So what is the intended use of the ingredient? So the first, there are the two things that I would like to touch upon. That the dietary, the supplements food, they are only for dietary supplements and for addition to conventional food and possible dietary supplements. So we need to keep those two facts into the mind. And let's find out the path to market. So when there is an ingredients is proposed, then it is run the preliminary feasibility and the data gathering analysis is run. Then some people, some safety studies are being run if it is needed, and then after some of the safety documentations are prepared, and then so either the proposer can run the GRAS determination by experts or the NDI notification to FDA. It takes some time, so for the GRAS to get the notification to FDA, it takes about 6 months. For the NDI, it takes about 75 days. And then all those things are being done online. So for the GRAS notice, sorry for the misconnection. So there's one thing that you need to keep in the mind. So for the NDI, it is mandatory, but so that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So there are two things that you need to keep in mind. For the grass, it is you can do it voluntarily, but for the NDI,
발런터리고 필수가 아닌데
it is not mandatory.
회사들이 그래서 노티스나 셀프 컨택트를
But
하는 이유는
But the reason, even it is not mandatory, but a lot of the companies are willing to go through those kind of the process because just to prevent any kind of the risks, because because if in case any kind of the risks happens, then they might have to provide some kind of the safety related documentations, so that as a kind of the preventative the measures or as kind of the precautions measures, they are willing to. A lot of the companies are willing to go through the GRAS or the NDI the process. The NDI, meanwhile, it can be done either the confidentially or the non-confidential or the publicly. So that is so if the proposer requested to all those the documentation to be confidential, then you can run the entire process, or that you can keep your documentation in secret. And so that it has its good size and that it's a bad size, but because but since it is everything, all the entire process can be done in the confidentially entire before it is first marketed. So let's say it takes about 1 or 2 years, and then the process can be a bit complicated, and then so you might have to provide the entire the documentations as well, and you may also designate the consumption period. So let's say 3 months, but let's say generally it's about 3 months. For the grass, it was for those documentations used in the before 1955-58, well, it was kind of loose. But there are two different types of documentations used for the grass. And for those grass, that you need to you need to have all those documentations screened by the 3 experts, and then you need to get their consents. And then after you get the consents, and then you pre-submit all your documentations to FDA. But again, you need to keep in mind that all those the process can be done voluntarily.
Yeah. Okay. Vitamin, mineral, of amino acid.
So there are examples of the dietary ingredients such as the vitamins and minerals or herbs, or amino acids. Or these are the kind of the examples.
10월 15일 전에 쓰였던 그 다이어트리
But dietary ingredients that were on the list before the 1994, well, does not need to show is the proof, because that was a year that's well, the Congress made the revision. But after the year the 1994, there has been some changes on this relevant regulation, so that all those ingredients have to be identified. And then FDA, since then says that you need to provide that, well, you need to, well, those manufacturing or the sales companies need to submit all those written business records, such as the sales records and manufacturing records or the commercial invoices. And then if there's any changes, the slight changes in this in the compositions or the ingredients, then you need to show the proof of it. And then But in the NDI, due to but the ingredients with the drug claims or the subject of the IND or the NDR, they are not granted as the dietary ingredients, and then the ingredients in the non-conforming products are not granted, or the hormones or the other the non-dietary substances are not identified. So that you need to also keep in mind about the chemically altering and then not altering processes. And so, and then you need to also keep in mind that what is the altering ones and then not the altering ones. So the first one is well, whether it is a use of the solvents other than the water, or whether it's extraction with or the use of the water. And then whether it is using the high temperature, or whether it's what kind of the manufacturing method has been used, and whether there has been any changes and about the chemical compositions and etc. And so there are a lot of the cases that microorganisms are the substances are being used. But if those kind of substances are being used, all those manufacturers need to provide the proof of it. And then if those microorganisms are not included in the substance, then you need to also provide the proof of it. And as you can see on this the screen, these the substances are the ones that are needed for the hazard identification. So that's, well, as you can see on the screen, that these are the kind of the substances that are needed. If it's more natural, then it is more ideal, and well, it is more ideal that if you have this. Well, it is ideal if you can provide this animal data set, if not the human data set. So
그 카시노젠을 다 정제를 해서 지금 현재 판매되고 있는 알로베라 그 제품에는 카시노젠이 없어요.
for the carcinogen, well, so for the previous years, that it was very difficult to pass this NDI, for the NDI the qualification. But nowadays, but there are some cases that are past the standards.
여태까지 크레스가 통과된 적이 없습니다.
So
우리가 뻔히 이거는 너무 좋은 것인데 하는 저기 인그리디언트가
So let's say that.
못하는 경우가 꽤 있습니다.
So there are some the cases that many people perceive that this is a really good ingredient, but there are cases that cannot pass this the FDA the FDA test.
필요한데 제가 여기서 한 가지 말씀드리고 싶은 내용이 있는데.
And then there's one thing that I would like to point out. And after in Korea, after the running the human test, as far as I know, it is a conventional that after running the test, people do not keep the blood or the urines. But I would like to emphasize that after running all those safety and tests, relevant tests, so and then a lot, I would like to emphasize that in some cases, it is necessary. So it might be necessary to keep all those kind of the remnants. And then, a lot of the people assume that if one of the products that passed the efficacy test, then they assume that they would easily pass they would easily go to the final round, and the final round of the GRAS or the FDA NDI of the FDA. But there are many cases of the failures, so I would like to emphasize on this as well. So while I do a lot of the consulting, and then I also run a lot of the analysis of the various the many different firms. I found out that there are many cases that Australia, the samples are just provided to the customers. And in the case of the China, sending those samples are not the conventionally acceptable. That if requested, sometimes it is acceptable. So. But it seems like the keeping the storaging of those samples is not well. It's not happy. It's not very conventional. But there are some of the universities that do store those samples. And then when do store, they do not. I would like to emphasize that they do not have to have this CRO. And I think that what's more important is that keeping those blood and urine samples is much more important. And then if you keep all those blood and urine samples, and then you can use it for the further test. So that I think it's I would like to
서너 시간이면 다 돌릴 수가
So,
있어요.
because if you have this, if you keep those blood and the urine samples, well, by using those oral samples, well, it will take only 3 to 4 hours, and then to test the 300 or 400 samples, and then well, it won't the cost that much money. So it is a cost efficient and timely effective. So I would like to ask you to keep this in mind.
그래서 NDI 노티스를 하다가
And then in the graphs and the angel notice.
비즈니스를 확장하면서
And then I also would like to tell you that we recently have expanded our business.
클레임을 하려면은 웨스턴 서브젝트를 상대로
Our business the scope.
한국이나 일본에서
So
실험을 해서
if you have done while I do those consulting, what I found out that well, if you have done the test in your own country, such as in Korea or in Japan, well, it doesn't necessarily mean that well, our samples would pass the test in our country, which means in the United States. So, for any other questions, please email me.
For your excellent overview on NDI, GRAS, and other claims in the USA, Europe, and Canada. I believe the information will give very helpful assistance to the developer of innovative functional ingredients. Now, since all the three presentations are over, I'd like to thank speakers again. And next, the session is open for the discussion. Actually, to save the time, many questions were collated at the registration table. Among them, 3 questions were selected. And I'd like to ask each speaker to provide 2 minutes answer to each question. So the first question goes to Dr. Heber. As you mentioned in the talk, consumers become more interested in augmenting their immunity. What would you suggest to this consumer's demand? Dr. Heber?
Well, thank you for that question. Functional foods and traditional foods can include probiotics and prebiotics together as found in kimchi to enhance immune function. Many flavonoid polyphenols from green tea and other botanicals can alter the microbiome and enhance immune function. Phytonutrients found in botanical dietary supplements and foods, including polyphenols and novel proteins, are at the cutting edge of nutrition science research and can be used together with well-established diet and exercise strategies to enhance immune function in the post-COVID-19 era. And I believe that is the future of health functional foods.
Thank you. And the second question is for Dr. Yang-Hee Cho. What would you think the advantage of so-called K-power and the global functional food market?
네, 이 K-파워를 저는 한 3가지 관점에서
I think we need to look at this from 3 different perspectives. As I already shared throughout my presentation, Korean consumer power created today's Samsung, today's LG, and also Emura Pacific, which is one of the large, globally proven cosmetic companies. So this means that Korean consumers are very demanding and strict and picky. That is why global companies are utilizing the Korean market as their test market. And this is making Korea more competitive in the global market. So if you look around, all around the world, there is not many places where the government provide adequate support, where the government is actively interested in providing support for the industry. The government is providing information, the government is providing regulations, but also is interested in developing the specific industry. the government is trying to give necessary support for the ones who would like to lead the market. And what is also important, thirdly, is the speed. You know, there is a culture called 빨리빨리 in Korea. We have agility. We are very quick to respond, and I would think that these traits and characteristics define so-called the K-power.
Susan Jo as this. Some changes may arise in the regulation of new ingredients after the COVID-19. What would you expect the changes in NDI or GRAS policy?
Coronavirus has nothing to do with the FDA policy.
Well, I don't think that Corona will have a little impact or no impact on the FDA regulations.
This question came from the Korean participants, and he or she maybe doesn't understand the American system of the allowances or the NDI or GRAS policy. Thank you. Anyway. Now, I'd like to conclude this keynote address session by thanking 3 superb speakers and also all the internet audience participated in this conference. I hope everyone overcome the COVID-19 successfully with functional food in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Professor Lee, and for the all speakers for sharing valuable information through the session 1. Oh, the 2 of the 4 participants' speech were in online. Now we can see that we are rapidly getting used to the untagged presentation. Okay, and next, without any further delay, we will move on to session 2 on the theme of government assistance for developing new functional food market. I will introduce the moderator, the Professor Kim Ji-yeon, Seoul National University of Science and Technology, for this session, who has experienced at the FDA USA as the exchange researcher and is working for the functional food that is her specialty. The Professor Kim, would you please start the session 2?
Thank you for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ji-yeon Kim, a professor at Seoul National University of Science and Technology. So I'm very honored to be a chair of this session. So the live streaming through the YouTube is my first experience. So I'm very exciting, but I'm a little bit nervous. Please understand my pronunciations. So in this session, we will cover the government assistance for developing new healthy food market. So in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic situation, so I've come to think again the importance the government's role in our society. So for this session, we invited our colleague in the government. So 2 speakers are from the Korean government, my Korean friends, and the 1 speaker from the Japanese government agency. So please don't exceed this 15 minutes for the presentation. So we will proceed with the Q&A session after the presentation of your speakers. So first 2 speakers, for Korean speakers, so I will proceed in Korean, so I'm asking for your understanding. So 첫 번째 한국말로 진행하겠습니다. 첫 번째 발표를
Okay, so I will
맡아주실
proceed in Korean. So our first session will be run by the Deputy Director of Namhyunju. He's the Deputy Director of the Food Industry Promotion Division at the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. His title is Current Government Strategies for Settlement of Functional Labeling. It is my great honor to be here. It is my great honor to be here at the 10th Food Policy International Conference. And for those who are joining us online, I'd like to say hi. And I would like to give you some insights on the current government strategies for settlement of functional labeling, for the contents, the current situation of the food industry, the functional labeling in South Korea, and some of the introductions and government support programs.
First of all, I would like to look at the current status of functional foods. More and more people are interested in healthy life, and starting from the US, the global health functional market has been increasing and expanding. The Korean functional food market has been increasing an average of 11% per year as well. And also, because the regulation has been eased so that they can put some health claims on their products, the market has been growing as well. So general foods, because of this precedence in Japan, Korea is going to adopt the same measure, and as a result, the specific market of Korea will grow as well. And now I would like to move on to the health functional food market in Korea. In the case of Korea, according to relevant regulations, only health functional foods approved by KFDA can label their health claims. Those are categorized into different sub areas, and it has to be manufactured in a GMP-approved facility only. However, such a measure of Korea is similar to approval process of the FDA and has a high entry barrier. So small and medium enterprises have a hard time entering this market, which is working as a limiting effect for small-sized companies. And because it costs a lot, which is about 300 million to 1 billion won, and it takes a long period of time, average, which is 5 to 7 years on average. And as a result, we lack a diversity of health functional foods in Korea. And despite high growth of the food market, about 70% of the ingredients are imported from overseas. As a result, as I shared earlier, the domestic market is growing in size, but still the entry barrier is set high, and the global dominance of the Korean products remained the same as 10 years ago, which is about 1.1%. And as a result, the Korean government is providing support so that general food products can also put health claims on the packaging. Next, I would like to look at functional food systems for general foods that we would like to implement in the future. This functional food system, marking system for general foods, is one of the national agendas that was chosen by the current administration. And after going through a variety of hackathons, we're going to introduce this measure, and we are coming up with different policy preparation, and different measures and ways are under negotiation among different bodies of the government. Now I would like to talk about what this functional labeling means. You first have to utilize ingredients approved by Korean Food, Drug and Administration, and the materials have to be approved first by the ministry before being able to be marked on the packaging. For example, you can say it is reported that specific material is known to be beneficial for certain disease or certain health conditions. So you can say that this product contains specific material that's known to be helpful for something. And you also put the amount of ingredients that is contained by a specific product. Now, because these claims can be marked on the packaging, we can expect a few benefits in the future. First, because a new market will be discovered, jobs will be created. According to Cray research, after introducing this specific measure, nutraceuticals market will expand to a market size of 5.8 billion Korean won and will create about 18,000 new jobs. In addition, we will also create more opportunity to utilize agricultural resources in Korea, and this will again in turn benefit the income increase of farmers in Korea. And by providing evidence and rationale behind different products, we will be able to satisfy the right of consumers to know what is included in the products that they buy. Now I would like to move on to agricultural functional food registration examples. First, I would like to talk about how we're going to support different companies. They will have to go through clinical tests, stability tests, and human body clinical trials. As I shared earlier, in the earlier part of my presentation, it takes a long time and it also requires a lot of amount of budget. And in order to decrease this time and decrease the amount of money that has to be spent, the government will give out subsidies. As a result, about 12 individual approvals were given, and SCI level papers were produced as well. A total of 132 papers were produced. And also, by utilizing the specific project, we identified different raw materials that are healthy, such as fig or fermented turmeric, and the other two examples that are noted on the slide. Now I would like to talk about discovery of functional agricultural product resources. We have to look at raw materials that are produced locally and also globally. And by doing research on these different ingredients, we can think of ways to replace foreign imports with domestically produced raw materials. This was launched in 2018, so it has been 2 years since we have started this one. And we found 136 alternative materials that can replace foreign imports. And we are continuing on different scales of research as of now as well. And also, utilizing the results that were driven by research and surveys, we are creating a database so that we can provide such data to relevant industry officials. And if you are interested in looking at this research data, please access the fmis.kr website. If you want to give us feedback about how we can improve this database, we will take heed to your opinions and reflect your ideas on the system. Now I would like to talk about the government's support measures on projects concerning investigation of functionality of domestic materials. First, we have to define and identify raw health functional ingredients, and we have to list and register such ingredients under the government. And by doing so, general food companies will be able to utilize such enlisted materials when it comes to developing their food products. And at the same time, they have to be free from worries and concerns of using raw materials if they are successfully registered under the government. And by cooperating with local governments, they can get smooth supply of those raw materials, and we're going to create a raw material supply bank with different local governments. We are now currently carrying out relevant research, and from next year we will be able to build the system. And because we introduced this new labeling system for being able to put food claims, health claims on food packaging, we're going to issue publications and guidelines so that relevant companies who would like to utilize this new measure can benefit from thorough explanation. In addition, we will also focus on empowerment of food industry officials. We will work with many prominent universities. Currently, Goryeo Jochang campus and Hanyang University were chosen as our government partners, and 20 applicants registered from each university for this specific project. Last but not least, there is a localization support and local functional food export support measure that is provided by the government so that more Korean food companies can export their products abroad. The government is going to work hard, and we're going to focus on the growth of health functional food market. In order to raise and nurture this market, the government will continue to move forward and improve the market environment and conditions. I would like to ask for your continuous support. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation. I loved your presentation, and you gave us all the details of what kind of work was done by the government to introduce this new project and new measure. And the Ministry of Agriculture and Food has been carrying out many different support measures, and we were able to see the variety of those different policies. I think the industry and the academia would be very happy and excited to hear your presentation, and I hope that this will be a great opportunity for our Korean food industry to take a leap forward towards the future. Now let me introduce our next speaker.
So our next speaker is the Shin Young-hee. She is also from the government sector, the Senior Deputy Director of the Food Safety Labeling and Certification at the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. The food labeling is very important because it provides direct information to the final consumers. So she is at the government sector, and then she is in charge of this kind of information. So today she would like to introduce a functional labeling in the general food industry. So Ms. Shin, thank you very much for your introduction. I am Shin Young-hee, as in being introduced. I am from the MFDS. I'm very honored to be able to have this opportunity to have this chance to introduce you the functional labeling to general food. Today, I would like to cover I would like to tell you some of the background of the functional food and functional labeling, and then the safety assurance. And by doing so, how we can assure the consumer's right, and I also would like to give you how we can reinforce the safety management system by having this kind of the functional labeling of the system. So I would like to first to give you the overview and behind this the functional labeling system. So first, the kind of proposal if there is a kind of labeling, if there's a kind of labeling, it was very limited to functional food, and then this labeling had to be need to be permitted by this MFDS. And there has been a lot of the complaints and then the feedbacks that this kind of the system need to be revised. And then we also have noticed that there in the name of the labeling there has been a lot of this exaggeration, and then also this misperceived the wrong kind of these ideas. So that we found out that there's the need to have this the regulatory the ideas to correct this kind of the misconducts. So when we to have this the functional labeling system, we have made the joint task force, which was comprised of the total 25 persons, and then these people were from the consumer group, general and the functional food association groups, experts, and from both the private and the government sectors. So. And we have conducted the 2 sessions every month for 6 months, and then we have conducted the in-depth discussions. That's why we are currently those kind of the in-depth discussions are currently being delayed due to this the COVID-19 issues, but it will be resumed. And but a lot of until now, a lot of people have been actively involved to implement this the functional labeling the system, and one of the major reasons to have this the functional labeling the system is to prevent the false labeling, and then one of these want to give you the further ideas is that the labeling and the advertisements that have caused for concerns to misperceive the non-functional food as a functional food, and then it has been causing quite a lot of the problem in the general public, and then. So to prevent it, that was a major reason that we come up with this kind of the system. And then before we implemented this kind of the system, there has been a lot of the concerns as well. And then one of these feedback was that it would be much better. It would be if we can have this a short-term, mid-term, and then long-term, the pathways will be much useful. And because in the short term, if we when it comes to the functional food, and then in the process of this the proving the safety of this functional food, and then there are several kind of the ways of proving the safety of the safety of those ingredients, and then maybe if those our MFDS, if the MFDS can provide several the ways, that would be very nice. So first one is self determination, or the second one is that approval by the MFDS, which means the MFDS certified the ingredients, and then or approved approval the ingredients. So that if they can provide the several channels or the several approval channels, it would be so nice. So that that was the one of the feedback that we got. So in regard to the functional labeling system. So so about to give you, so there are some of the standards and the guidelines in regard to the functional the food, the supplement food, and then so there's the doses that the ingredients need to be put in are already standardized. So that all those manufacturers need to strictly follow those the doses, and then as well as the expiration date also need to be strictly complied by. And all those the manufacturers also need to provide all those scientific data to prove their the efficacies. And so in Korea, the ingredients, in Korea, well, there are certain wordings that has been many used among the Korean labelings, such as it is very useful for the hangovers, such as the word is very good for your digestion, something like that. So. So we are also we are also refining those kind of the wording related regulations as well. So the functionality or the safety related the food in the labeling. Well, there are among the stakeholders, there are a lot of these conflicts going on among the labelings. So in terms of the doses, and then also about the how to eat. So. And if there's anything wrong, that the person needs to stop eating or stop having this, stop taking these ingredients and need to see the doctor immediately. And those kind of the wordings, whether it should be on this labeling or not, has been very it has been under the controversial and has been under the controversies. So. These are some of the examples of the labelings, and these are one of the labelings on this health supplement food. So that's why we have this the health-related marks as well. So to prevent any kind of one of the major reasons that we have this kind of labeling is that we need to protect the consumer's health, so that any kind of the wordings or any kind of the graphic or the characters or that would impact the pregnant women or the little children are strictly forbidden or restricted. And also, these are the medical foods where this alcohol related beverages are also strictly forbidden or restricted. And we have also made a list of the nutritious the compositions, because for all those the nutritions, if they are over consumed, it has a negative impact on those consumers. So that we have this the compositions that we have put each of this criteria, so that if you would like to consume these ingredients, this is the maximum amount that you can consume for this with this protein or this for this or that the ingredients. And then for those wording wise, if it's sexually related wordings, it is strictly forbidden. And then if it is a socially the sensitive subject or the kind of the wording such as it would improve your memory or that it would help the children to grow in their height, that these kind of wordings are also strictly restricted. And well, there are also the things that we are under discussion among the stakeholders. Well, as you can see in this slide, such as the nutrition content criteria. So how much total fat, saturated fat, and the amount, the food criteria is something like that. So as you can see from this slide, so if and then also, well, after we put in this labeling, and then if we also double check whether this manufacturers have comply after we comply with all those comply with all those labelings, and then these the contents of this the ingredients contents inside this packaging are actually same as written in the labeling, and that if they are found out not to be not the same, then well, there are also the disciplinary measures that's followed by. And then also there are also dosage forms and are the additional options, and then the forms that need to be further discussed among the stakeholders. And then these further discussions will be ready in the July or the autumn in this summertime. So, and after that, it will soon be released, noticed to the public. And we are also, by the government side, we are aiming at fully supporting the consumers in the functional labeling. So thank you very much for keeping the time. The functional labeling is the kind of things that a lot in the manufacturer side is something that they are all waiting for. Well, if it were not for this COVID-19, this system might have already been implemented this May, but it has been somewhat delayed. So we would like to ask for your the continuous support. So the
speaker is Dr. Mari Maeda Yamamoto, Director of the Healthcare Innovation Research Center of National Agricultural Research Organization. Dr. Yamamoto has been a professor at the Graduate School of Cooperation at Tsukuba University since 2015 and has the Narrows Healthcare Innovation Research Center. She's been engaged in research on the development of functional food using anti-allergic green tea, its methylated catechin, various agricultural products, and she is conducting various research activities with the aim of creating a healthy and long-lived society through food. So hello, Dr. Mari.
Hi.
Hi, it's nice to see you again.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the participating. Would you please present it?
Yes, okay. I will share. Okay. Professor Kim, thank you very much for kind introduction. I'd like to thank for inviting me to attend this conference. Today, I will talk about functional labeling industry in Japan, policy status, and the role of NALO. This shows the classification of orally ingested products in Japan. Items other than pharmaceutical products are classified as foods. There are 3 systems that can label foods with functionality. The government approved foods for specified health uses, FOSHU, that enforced in 1991. The standard-based foods with nutrient function claims, NFSC, which enforced in 2001. The registration-based foods with function claim, FFC, which enforced in 2015. The Japanese Consumer Affairs Agency managed this food labeling system. FFC system is different from previously enforced FOSHU and FNSC. FSC are functional food for which manufacturers can label their packaging with functionality at their own risk upon legislation with the CAA. Under the FFC system, fresh food, raw material, processed food, and supplement are targeted. And food manufacturers and agricultural producers themselves can clarify the safety and the functional scientific evidence that they want to label and can be sold by legislation to CAA in advance. Health claim using body part expression and subjective indicators of functionality, which was not allowed by FOSHU, can now be used, so the number of functional categories that can be labeled has increased. The left panel shows the growth of FFC market in Japan. The FFC system was launched in 1915, and the market has grown to $2.7 billion by 2019. In the 5 years since the FFC system was launched, the size of FFC market has grown so rapidly that it has caught up with the size of FOSHU. Shown on the right functionality that Japanese consumers are highly impressed with. Japanese consumers are highly interested in reducing visceral fat, regulating the bowel, reducing fatigue, improving sleep quality, eye care, lowering blood pressure, and maintaining bone health. Shows the health claim of FFCs from left to right. The categories health claim, functional ingredient are shown. As of July 10th, 2020, 3,053 FFCs has been registered. You can see about 90 functional ingredient. This table is a continuation of previous one. Consumers are focusing on bone maintaining, improving sleep quality, and relieving mental stress. Here are some of fresh foods as FFCs. As of July 14th, 2020, 68 fresh FFC has been registered. The red text indicated agricultural products registered using the NALO's systematic review, which will be discussed later. There are the citrus, soybean sprout, apple, tomato, pepper, banana, pecan nuts, and bilberry as food items. In addition, there are spinach, kale, oilseed perilla, melon, grape, mushroom, fish, egg, chicken, and pork as food items. Next, I will talk about the technical problems to the registration of fresh food FFCs. There are three major problems that can be considered. First is the collection of scientific evidence for the functionality. Because of the difficulty for agricultural producer in preparing the systematic reviews required for registration, the number of fresh food as FFC did not increase much. Therefore, as the direction of Japanese Cabinet Office, NALO has prepared and released freely available systematic reviews. I'll talk more about that later. Second is the standardization of analysis method. The FFC system requires the use of standardized analytical method for functional ingredient and the attachment of the analytical method to the registration document. Therefore, MAF, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, MAF is working to standardize its analysis method within the Japan Agriculture Standard, JAS. Currently, 4 analytical JASs are available to the public, as shown here. Third is variation in functional ingredient in fresh food depending on growing season, location, and weather conditions. MAF summarized the corresponding countermeasure as technical measure for functional labeling and released it online August 24th, 2015. This document includes the information on how many samples to analyze in order to determine the variability of the functional ingredient of the target fresh food. Here are some examples of functional agro-foods developed by NALO. Black letter shows the crop name. Red letter shows the variety name. This one and this one. Green letter shows functional ingredient. And blue letters show the functionality evaluated in human intervention clinical study. The circle, this one, indicated where the functional agricultural products were bred. These crops are helping to increase the functional agro-foods as FFC. In addition, NALO has released the systematic reviews, SR. We are currently releasing systematic reviews on 10 functional ingredients. As you can see, the most commonly used of these are omethylated catechin, beta-glyptocyanin, lutein, and procyanidin. Next, here are some of food products registered using NALO's SR. This is Satsuma mandarin unshu, rich in beta-glyptocyanin. This is the first fresh food item to be registered since the FFC system was enforced. Okay, health claim is this one. This is a fresh apple FFC, rich in procyanidin. Health claim, you can see the health claim. Okay. This is a frozen spinach as FFC, rich in lutein. Health claim is this spinach contains lutein, which reportedly increased ocular pigment content and facilitates health maintenance of eyes. These products contain 10 milligrams of lutein per 200 grams per 1 day. Okay. These are FFC as the first anti-allergic food based on our study result. These are Benifuki green tea bags and pet drink rich in methylated catechin. Tea sellers say the functional labeling has increased sales by more than 20%. This is due to the increased handling at drugstore. Okay, here are some examples of FFCs of agricultural products from overseas. This is fresh green pepper FFC, rich in luteolin from Korea. This is fresh apple FFC, rich in procyanidin from New Zealand. This is a fresh banana FFC, rich in GABA from Philippines. This is pecan nuts rich in oleic acid from USA. NARO will continue to provide the scientific evidence to increase the number of new fresh food with health claims. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mari. She gave us a detailed explanation for Japanese new health food labeling system and various examples, especially for fresh agricultural product. Frankly speaking, I met her a few years ago, so she gave us a big impression for what is the government's role to support our agricultural product and food industry. So, Dr. Mari, please stay with us a couple of minutes more for the Q&A time. So now let's move on Q&A time for this session. So we have a lot of questions from the academia and industry, including my personal questions. But because of the time limit, I'm going to summarize these and ask you a common one question for each speaker. So for the first question is for the Mr. Nam. 남현중 사무관님께 첫 번째 질문을 드리겠습니다.
I would like to ask the first question to Speaker Nam. And you delivered a presentation on food labeling of functional foods and all the different procedures and policies that are adopted by the government. You said there is a range and scope of foods. So what foods can label these health claims? And do you have a plan to expand those scope in the future? What is the official stance of the Ministry of Agriculture? Yes, thank you very much. As the previous speaker said, we're still under negotiation and under discussion. So if an ingredient is approved by the KFDA, you should be able to put claims on the packaging. However, so about the formula that could be confused or misunderstood as a functional food item, there could be some restrictions. And also for some sensitive areas that are related to sexual virility and so on, could have some limitations as well. After we carry out active discussion and also some consultation process with the private sector, we should be able to provide more detailed information to public. And of course, we'll have to monitor COVID-19, how it folds out, but we will have a seminar for companies who are interested in the new movement of the government. And related to academia, we are currently communicating with related government agencies and institutions so we can communicate the news to outer circles as well. Okay, I would like to ask for active support, and now I would like to move on to the second question.
In my perspective, as you have mentioned, so if the functional food labeling system is implemented, a lot of the private sector and the consumers will be curious about whether the inside the package, all those contents are fully reflective of this the labeling. So what kind of the plans do you have in that? Well, as I have mentioned in my presentation, I would like to summarize that. If the manufacturer, the product is commercialized, then I think that for this any kind of the food, for the food in the industry to prosper, the reliability, the trust between the manufacturer and the final consumer is the critical. And then any kind of the misperception or any kind of the misunderstanding in the labeling or the inside the composition of the contents should not be made, so that the monitoring process would be made. So we will so that we will run regularly monitoring the process, whether the inside the contents is fully reflective of this labeling. And currently by the time the food labeling, the labeling system is fully implemented, that we will also have this the monitoring department, so that in real time we will to get any kind of the feedback in real time and any kind of the complaints, so that if we receive any kind of the complaints in this regard, or any kind of the misunderstandings, or any kind of the misdeeds are found, or that we have this. We will also come up with this kind of the regulations that we may punish this kind of those kind of the manufacturers. Thank you. So the function of the food labeling system is aiming at having this sound, the healthy, the nutritious, the healthy industry.
We heard our first two speakers from Korea, so we are a big period, changing period for our regulating system for our health claims. So, as I know, Japan has been implementing the new functional claim system, which is food with health claim, since 2015. So I'm wondering, what difficulties have you faced and what changed in the functional food market?
Thank you, Professor Kim. After the implementation of the FFC system, a new labeling system, the FOSHU is an old system. FOSHU market was restrained. and the FFC market grew to $2.7 billion, grew and grew and grew. And the FFC has expanded the functional categories that can be labeled, and currently registered about twice as many functionality as food or labeling system. In addition, the functional market for fresh food, raw material products, which was not there before, grew to $170 million. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind explanation. So in this session, we've heard the efforts of governments for making the strong and sound our functional food market. So this is the end of our second session. Once again, I would like to thank you, the speakers, for in-depth discussion. So thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Kim, and the speakers for the session 2. Wow, the 10th Food Policy International Conference is on live through YouTube, NeighborTV, and KTV channel of the Korea Institute for Food Industry Cluster. Now, let's talk about the functional K-food global expansion strategy through session 3. For this, I will introduce to you the Professor Lee Hong-jin from Chungang University as a moderator. He has been studying the molecular mechanism elucidation of functional foods. I would like to hand over the microphone to the Professor Lee. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for nice introduction. Good afternoon. I'm Hong-jin Lee, a professor at Chungang University. And actually, it is my great honor to be the chair of the third session's Functional K-Food Global Expansion Strategy. Following the second sessions, we will move to the discussion about the global expansion of Korean functional food by sharing the actual strategy. I hope that this session can provide a good chance to think about the possibility of functional K-food as another K-brand following K-pop and K-quarantine. The subject of this session is Functional K-food Global Expansion Strategy. And we have 3 eminent speakers from Korea, China, and USA. The presentation time is 15 minutes, and we will have the Q&A session after all 3 speakers finish their presentation. It is my pleasure to introduce the first speaker, Sang Young-yoon, team manager of Korea Agro Fisheries and Food Trade Corporation, AT. He graduated in our university and joined to the AT in 2000. And now he is working to provide the export environment of Korean food to the global market. The title of his presentation is Export Support Program for Domestic Functional Foods. Please welcome Sang Young-yoon.
안녕하십니까. AT 한국농수산식품유통공사.
Nice to meet you, everyone. As introduced, I am Yoon Sang-young, the team manager of Korea Agro Institute of the Food Trade Corporation. I would like to especially thank Mr. Tae Jin-yoon as well as all experts and staff members for providing this opportunity to present at the 10th Food Policy International Conference. To give you some of the ideas of AT, we are one of the sub-institutions of Ministry of Agriculture. It was established in 1967. That we do the supply management of agro food and logistics and structure management. in and out of Korea and export support. And today I would like to focus more on the export support of the programs that we do. And then, so the agenda for today, I would like to cover the domestic and the foreign trends of the functional food, and then AT's export support programs for the functional foods, and then also the main export programs that we are currently conducting. And first one, so these are the kind of the things that I have prepared for my presentation. So first, let's take a look at the fisheries and the food export as a status. The thanks to the K-wave, the exports have grown exponentially since 2006. And then, well, thanks to the K-drama, especially, but well, as you know, there is a very popular Korean drama called Winter the Sonata, and then there is a lot other K-dramas and then inside the drama, well, such as the 대장금 and then Hojun, inside the drama about a lot of the Korean food were also introduced, and then alongside with it the ginseng, and then as well as other the Korean the ingredients were also introduced in the K-drama, and then it kind of boosted the Korean exports, Korean agro the ingredients exports, but unfortunately many years later, due to this the global economic recession, we have we also had this it had a negative impact on this the export, and then so currently to tackle this kind of problem, we are aiming at revisiting the value of the agro food by introducing the high quality of our agro food to abroad. The high health and aesthetic, with high the health and aesthetic qualities. So that to boost the export of this the functional food, that we our AT have come up with several programs. Well, to do so, we first ran the kind of the surveys. So we ran the survey to the 1,400 to 1,400 food the related companies, and then we have found out that they have several these challenges, and then we have found out that their challenges were that. The first one is that they found out that there was a lack of access to regulatory information of the foreign countries, and then the second one is that for any ordinary private company, the process to be recognized as a functional food abroad was very complicated, and then there are also the talented workforce who can handle these kind of the work. So that what we can do is that to help them recognize as a functional food, and then also that to help them in the workforce wise, in the workforce wise, and then also that in the administrative wise. So we also that in the administrative, so that we the government the entities, we came up together. So, and then we not only the government entities, we also partnered with the private sectors to help those the small and mid and small companies in the field of the functional food and the health supplementary food, so that they can export the high quality the ingredients to abroad. So the way that we support them is to help them to go through this the scientific screening, and also to help them look for the foreign agencies and foreign buyers abroad, and as well as help them the registration and the reporting as this functional food abroad, and also help them in the marketing wise. And the first one we help them to be recognized, to have their ingredients recognized as the functional ingredients. To do so, providing the scientific proof is very important. So we assist them in this ways. But there are two ways that we do so. Because the way that we do so is that to assist them in the preliminary studies, and then the second one is that to run the clinical studies. And one of these the ways that to give you the details examples is that there is one the ingredients that the ingredients was the sesame leaf. And then inside the sesame leaf, there was one the ingredients called the rosemary. And then after we ran this the test, and then after we have found out, we have run some kind of studies that we have found out that there were already the preliminary studies, so that we could use them as a scientific proof, so that and then to have that ingredient to be registered as a functional food. And then for this the ginseng, this year in Japan, there's currently in Japan there's one clinical study, clinical test has been going on in related to how the ginseng can improve a person's the memory span. So that the reason that the clinical test is needed is that among this existing the preliminary studies, it may not comply with this the standards that's required in Japan. So that in each country, this may the standards and the requirements may differ. So that's why we help them in that regard as well. And we also and then what we are aiming to do is that for those companies, we also help them in the export to present their the ingredients and the food in the export expos and then exhibitions, because so that to have these to have their the ingredients to have their ingredients available in many different sales channels, so that for the functional food, but if they can be exposed in the expos, or it can be noticed by the professional buyers. So to give you more details about the expo, the export supporting the projects, this one is what we are doing at AT. We are not only covering this entire process all the way from the development of this the item, from this almost a final stage, which is overseas marketing, so that each the company who are interested may, but maybe they can apply through this our website. And then the second one is how to register as a functional food in abroad. So nowadays, well, this exporting countries, it can be vary, and then the standard and then the demand of the final consumer has been very high. So that, and then the condition for the safety of the ingredients has been very high as well. So that's there's a lot of this the documentations that are required for each country, so that we are helping them for those companies to assist them to getting all those the documentations, and also as I have mentioned, we help them the promotions, and so we also help them those companies. Well, if any of our companies are interested in the marketing their products overseas, we assist them. We provide them some of the subsidies. So that for more details, please refer to our website. And then we have a lot of detailed export-related information, the agro-food-related information, and then that is all those information that are covered in the KATI.net. And then one of these the highly popular the program that we are conducting at AT is that the localization of the program, and the applicants are the local companies who are interested in exporting their ingredients, and then also those foreign companies who are importing the Korean agri food are capable for are eligible for applying for this program. So, and then it is non-tariff. So we have a lot of detailed the regulatory, and then the regulatory, and then also we have this the advisors. So that's and we also have this labeling related assistance, so that we help those companies in design wise, the labeling design wise, and then the dosage. So that's because for those packaging, the labeling are those kind of, so for those importing companies can be helped. Can get a lot of assistance in this wise as well. So for more detailed information, please contact me at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yu, for the great presentation. He gave the good summary of the functional food trend, and it's really good to know that there are different kinds of the support program for the export of Korean functional foods from AT. Thank you again. The second presentation was scheduled to be provided by Gao Peng, a Vice President of China Healthcare Association. However, due to his time conflict, his colleague Edward will present instead. The title of his presentation is Strategies for Domestic Raw Materials to Enter China. Please welcome Edward.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon. Nice meeting you all on broadcasting. My name is Edward, and I work at China Healthcare Association. Sorry that the original speaker, Mr. Gao Peng, can't make it, for he got some urgent matter with short notice. So I'm here to step in for him. And I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to share information about the pathway for K-food raw materials to enter China. Now, I'll start my presentation. So, as I will be engaging in food consulting business for many years, Today, I'd like to walk you through some essential procedures for exporting raw materials to China. To give you a sneak peek, first, I will introduce Chinese regulation on food raw materials, or we usually call it ingredients, to narrow down the definition and only focus on the eatables. Then, there are several regulations that allow foreign ingredients into China directly without further registration notification procedures. And if it cannot be imported directly to China, you need to register it first. So the second half of my presentation will help you understand what kinds of ingredients can be registered with the authority, and to do so, what will be the possible ways, specifically for novel food ingredients and new food additives. Now, let's look at the background of Chinese food regulations. The custom is responsible for the supervision and management of imported food safety. And all cases of imported novel food ingredients and new food additives category are reviewed by the National Health Commission, which can decide whether to give approval. And this applies to ingredients that require registration. And in 2015, the authority began to issue inspection and quarantine certificate for inbound commodities. That is to say, to let raw material cross the border, you need to register, and you need this inspection and quarantine certificate. Then you might want to ask, how can I know if the ingredient is okay to just ship to China and distribute? Well, that's easy. There are several lists you can refer to. China Food Composition Table for the first one, and we have a list of materials that are both food and medicine, list of approved strains for food and unparalleled for infant food. Besides the lists that are pending to update from time to time, we got thousands of standards established, both at the national level and industrial level, covering raw materials, additives, and nutritional fortifier. The authority has also been actively approving new ingredients. So let me take you from here and show you more a bit about the approving regulation system. One of the approving system is for novel food ingredients, aka novel food ingredients registration. There are 4 categories in China, including animals, plants, and microorganisms, ingredients separated from animals, plants, and microorganisms, food ingredients with original structure changed, and other new developed food ingredients. Once you know which category your food raw material belongs to, you can proceed with the formal registration. The whole process is presumably difficult, to be honest, but as long as the required documentation are satisfactory, the rest of it would be much easier. I work for an agency that specializes in this area, and we have represented many client companies to get authorities' approval. Now, let me give you a breakdown of this process. First, you need to complete 3 reports: toxicology test, product quality inspection, and safety risk assessment report at the inspection agencies. And you need to prepare registration submission. Then you submit the registration dossier to the National Health Commission and get accepted. After that, there will be a technical review. The review meeting is held every 2 months. After this review meeting, you will have the chance to submit supplementary data within 1 year deadline. And after that, you will have a second round of technical review by the authority. After that, if all of the materials, all of the data are compliant with the Chinese regulation, then they will give you the registration approval and they will release a notice. And of course, if not compliant with the Chinese regulation, it won't be approved. I would also like to stress the toxicology test, as we all know that safety is the utmost priority. The authority would pay extra attention on how the test is done. Based on different types of ingredients, including non-microbial ingredients and microbial ingredients, there are several tests required for registration. So on the screen, these checked boxes indicate that the test needed to conduct. Next, I'm going to take you to the submission. As you can see, the list of documentation is quite long, so I won't repeat it. But you can see the screen on the item C. I would like to stress this letter C, Safety Assessment Report. This report is essential to the registration. In order to prepare this report, you need to get safety opinion from China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment, or CELFSA, and they will issue notice with their official comments, which is valued the most to the approving authority. Then the authority will decide whether to give your approval based on the assessment notice. Then let's move on the food additives. By definition, a new category of food additives means the additives is not included for certain use per current regulation and standards mentioned at the beginning. So if you wish to seek the authority's approval, here are the categories to consider. Category 1, that is the food additives that are not listed in the National Food Safety Standards. And 2, food additives that are not in the list of approved food additives by the Ministry of Health announcements. And the 3rd, food additives for the expansion of use or added amount. And when you proceed with this registration, food additives also require conducting tests as well. You need to complete a toxicology test and the product quality inspection at the inspection agencies and prepare submission dossiers. Then you submit that to the National Health Commission and get accepted. When the supplementary data needed, you will still have the chance to give the supplementary data to the authority within 1 year deadline. And after that, if it's compliant with the registration process and the regulation, they will give you the approval. And if not, your submission won't be approved. Once again, there are submissions required, including generic names, food classification, added amount of scope of use, also data of documents that justify that is technically necessary and effective. Quality specification, product process, and inspection method, and inspection methods of the additives in food. D, safety assessment data, which covers the raw material and source, chemical structure and physical properties, production process, toxicology test report, and quality inspection report. You will also need to submit your label, instruction, and samples. Documentation from other countries and international organizations are essential as well, because they can prove that your production and use are lawful in your country, and this can contribute to the safety assessment as well. Documentation that allow the production and sales in the country of origin, as well as documentation that can prove the manufacture in the country of origin, which can help you pass this inspection validation. So that is all for today's topic. Thank you all for listening. And I'd like to give my contact over here So if you have any question regarding my topic today, you can reach out to me at any time. It's truly a pleasure to meet you all today. Thank you for having me here to talk about Chinese food raw material regulation and share with you the business opportunity in China. I know because of the COVID-19 pandemic, most of us are home-based these days, but I feel that we've never been so connected with this online conference. Again, thank you for your time, and please stay safe and healthy.
Okay. Thank you, Edward, for the nice presentation. And he gave us the great summary of the current regulation in China. And I think it was a great opportunity to understand the current regulatory environment for the raw materials in China. And Edward, please stay with us for the next half hours, please, for the Q&A session. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
The last speaker I want to introduce in this session is Jay Lee. Jay Lee is CEO and senior consultant of JMB Food Consulting in USA. He graduated Yonsei University and he has 15 years experience in food industry in USA. The presentation will be given by a pre-recorded video due to his unpredicted time conflict. The title of his presentation is U.S. Dietary Supplement Market Trend and Post-Corona Strategy. Please welcome Jay Lee.
Hello, my name is Jay Lee, CEO of JMB Food Consulting. I'm joining the conference from Los Angeles, California. Actually, I am in the Orange County in California, the same time zone with Los Angeles. It's my honor to join this conference, and because of COVID-19, I'm really sorry to meet you offline, but still we can meet online. And I'm presenting the slide for 50 minutes, and then I'm gonna answer some questions from audience. So today's topic is U.S. dietary supplement market trend and post-COVID strategy. So let me briefly look at the U.S. market side. U.S. dietary supplement market is growing constantly, and then in 2019 is estimated $31 billion U.S. market, and this year supposed to be increasing constantly, but the COVID-19 impact the market. So I'm not sure this is gonna be decreasing this year or increasing a little bit. We'll see at the end of the year. So these are the popular dietary supplement products. So this one, still many people consuming multivitamin, also vitamin B, C, and protein, calcium, omega-3, and green tea, magnesium, probiotic, iron, and vitamin E, turmeric. So this is typical market segmentation, but I will look at other trends in the later slide. Also, you need to understand the ethnic groups because U.S. market consists of many ethnic groups such as white and Hispanic, and Black and Asian and other ethnic groups. 2010, this is from the statistic from U.S. Census Agency, and then 65% is a white Caucasian group. So when you call it mainstream, typically we are talking about white Caucasian group. So it's a majority, but one of the trend is year 2015, Hispanic gonna be 30% of total market, and then also Asian group is growing to from 5% to 8%. So that means right now mostly food and dietary supplement supplement market is focusing on the majority of bike group, but later on, many other ethnic groups are increasing. So you need to take a look at other groups' behavior and characteristic also. And then these are trends before COVID-19, and then I want to show you a quick overview on the trend. So one of the trend is keto product. So keto diet product. There's a various categories. So you can eat by protein bar, and then also there's a capsule type, and then many manufacturers, the food and dietary supplement, they name it after keto. So mixed with keto salad, keto protein bar, keto capsule. So you name it. So you can combine with keto characteristic into existing product. So this is one of the increasing market. And the second one, I see the collagen product is very popular among the ladies, especially young ladies, female group. I see a lot of collagen product on Amazon and online shopping mall. So these are the collagen is one of the high rocketing product. And third one is plant-based protein and also vegan product. So as you know, the even typical food market, Beyond Meat or Impossible Burger, many people are interested in the plant-based protein. So meat alternative product, and also dietary supplement market adopting this plant-based products. So you can see plant-based, soy protein or pea protein, something like that. Also, vegan is a rising market, and then you can see vegan type omega-3 and vegan type. You can mix with the typical dietary supplement with the vegan product. And then also seaweed. Seaweed is consumed as a food. So many people, American people started looking at the seaweed. Korean seaweed is very famous. So you can see the seaweed product in Costco. Also some manufacturer process it into a dietary supplement. So you can manufacture as a seaweed powder, or some manufacturer selling under capsule type. So these are one of the trend. And also the ginseng. So Korean ginseng product, red ginseng and ginseng is a popular product in US market. So even COVID-19, people looking for immune boosting product. So Korean ginseng is very famous, and then selling more product during the pandemic because people looking for immune boosting product. And then also mushroom. So mushroom, there's many kinds of mushroom. For example, reishi mushroom or some other all kinds of mushroom. They process to capsule type or powder type. So sending very it's a hot item. Also seaweed cannabidiol product is the one of the hot topic, but Korean market is, I think, is still illegal to sell the CBD product. But in the U.S., some states still the prohibited CBD, but still hot selling item. Also, one of the trend is probiotic. So people are looking for a good, healthy digestion product. Many consumers consume probiotic dietary supplement. Some capsule type, some products are powder type. So this is one of the trend. Okay, so how to access to US market? Actually, the US market is the biggest market in the world, but it's not easy to access at a time. So I recommend the foreign exporter, especially Korean supplier, to start small, because U.S. market is big, but still there's some barrier. So easy way is use e-commerce, especially Amazon. A lot of food and dietary supplement market. The trend is selling through the online market. So Amazon is one of the biggest one. And then also the one big news is GNC. GNC is a dietary supplement retail stores, and they recently go bankrupt. So this tell you that Amazon and other e-commerce market is an emerging market. So I think easy way is using Amazon platform. So you can access to Amazon account and then set up your account and testing the market. Start small and then you will see the response. And then also a lot of you can do some research on the Amazon. They're providing some analytics, so you can see what item is hot or what consumer base is looking for certain type of product. So you will see the many data from Amazon. And also SNS like Instagram or Facebook, Twitter, something like that. So many young generation is using SNS media. So easy way to do the marketing is using SNS, especially you collaborate with SNS influencer. It's an easy way. So you can, the one or two you can use. And also big data. As you know, the recently fourth industrial revolution characterized big data, especially Google and Amazon. If you do the advertisement on Amazon and Google, you will see their big data platform. So even me, I'm consulting many clients over globally. So I'm using those data to analyze what kind of consumer clients access to my website, and then what is the age group. So you will see a lot of good data information. And then the one trend is, as you know, COVID-19 prohibited online meetings. So this year in Anaheim, there was a natural food show, the Expo West. It was canceled because of COVID-19. So from now on, I think the typical food show, it is not easy to contact with a new client. So alternatively, you need to find a way to marketing effort online. And then you need to continue your ongoing marketing effort, not such as Food Expo, but you continuously find your consumer group through the SNS or advertisements and that. Okay, so when I explaining about Korean dietary supplement in US, actually it's kind of beginning stage. That means Korean product, some niche market is Korean ginseng and some seaweed product, but other typical dietary supplement like vitamin and generic product, it's not easy to compete with the existing US product. So almost Korean dietary supplement product are selling in Korean local market for Koreans, not for US consumer. So it's not easy to access mainstream right away. So you can start with a local Korean community first, and then you can jump into mainstream. Also, sales channel. So there are many Korean market and then Korean dietary supplement stores, but it's very small size. So you can start small, but if you want to go to a big retailer like Costco, Walmart, you need to have some certain proven record. So it's not easy to go to Costco and Walmart. But if you have some good sales record in Korea, and then you can show them, okay, this is our sales record in Korea. And then if you already working with Costco Korea, this is one of the good proven record. So you can go to Costco in US. And also there, US market, there are many pharmacy retailers, CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens, many other pharmacy retailers. So you can contact them, but they will see some, the trend, and then your product is, have potential or not. So you need to show them some record. Then e-commerce. So easy way is you can start with Amazon. So Amazon, you can search through the data on what kind of consumer looking for what product. You can search it up, and then you can start your dietary supplement in Amazon. And also marketing effort. Actually, this US market is very difficult. So you need to communicate with the US consumer. So always you need to understand the US culture, even though you're selling Korean products. So you need to understand US culture. And then there is also, you need to understand new normal impacted by COVID-19, because you cannot meet people offline. So online shopping is emerging market. And then good opportunities, people looking for a healthy food and immune system products. So I see local, food importer and dietary supplement importer. They are doing business better than before, because they selling people looking for a healthy food. And then also another new normal is a home office. They staying home economy. And also sustainability, people looking for eco-friendly product, such as plant-based protein or vegan. And then also subscription economy. People cannot go outside, so many people staying home and they're subscribing some food or snacks or dietary supplements. So this is one of the way. And then overall, the dietary supplement, people spend less money, but over time, they are also looking for immunity products. So this is the threat and opportunity. This is sales growth over after COVID-19. You will see there is a jumping at the end. So March 2020, immune support products going up. So this one. So this is going to change the market. Technology and COVID-19 economy. We don't know if the recession is coming or not, but the economy situation and population, also regulatory. So these are the factors to change or impact the market. So we need to consider those factors. Okay, so this is my book. Recently, I wrote a book about new normal created by COVID-19. So you see in Amazon. Okay, this is a question from audience. What is the advantage of Korean dietary supplement product in US market? Okay, so as I mentioned before, Korean dietary supplement, you need to find the niche market first. Okay, so US market is very big, and there are a lot of ethnic groups. So you can start small, like selling through Amazon. You set up an account and start small. And then also good thing is recently K-pop, K-culture is becoming popular. So even it's called Korean quarantine, the Korean way of quarantine COVID-19. We can get the benefit from those factors. So Korean brand is very, very popular in US market, especially young generation. So this is the advantage, Korean brand, and then also if you are looking for niche market, especially the immune boosting product, you will see opportunity. Okay, this is about my presentation. Today I presented for a short time, but if you have question, you can send me email through this address. So enjoy your rest of your conference. I will see you again. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay Lee, for the great presentation, and he gave us the great summary of the current status of dietary supplement market in USA. And also, I was really happy to see the ginseng product as one of the trends. So that gives us the good, the possibility we can expand with our Korean functional foods. Okay, thank you again, Jay Lee. And then now we're going to move to the Q&A sessions. Edward, are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm still here. Hello.
Okay.
Nice to see you again.
Okay, yeah. So even though the Jay Lee couldn't make it in this session, but he already gave us the comments about the question. And now I want to ask the one question to Mr. Yoon. And 한국말로 할게요, 질문은.
Let me ask a question in English.
발표하신 그 여러 가지 그 지원 정책을 이제 말씀을 해주셨는데
There were a lot of different support measures.
위해서 특히 이제 반드시 숙지해야 하는 것들 좀 더 신경을 써서
There are, you have mentioned a lot about the export, the measures, but is there any things that our Korean, the companies that you need to keep in mind? Well, there are a lot of things, but one thing that I would like to emphasize is that for those Korean companies who are aiming that overseas market, well, is that their distinctiveness or competitiveness. Because if our companies would like to target abroad, well, there are lots of the similar products, but in other countries as well. And for the buyer's perspective, well, that to them, well, that's from their perspective, well, they need to find the kind of the distinctiveness in your the products. So let's say that, well, is your product have the cost effectiveness, or is has the quality, the higher quality, or so there should be the kind of the distinctiveness in your own quality. So you have to keep that in your mind. So. So that if you would like to target abroad, you need to study your competitors, your competing the products, then and also you need to find what kind of the competitiveness that your products has. And I think that for this kind of the conference that we have today, well, is one of the ways that you can study, you can gain this global insight in this regard.
To Edward. Okay, Edward, would you give some comments about what kinds of difficulties or precautions we have to consider for Korean raw materials to enter the China market?
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, this actually depends on materials category. In the case that the material is currently being approved for distribution in China, a company can simply follow our custom policies. On the other hand, if a company has to register the material with the Chinese authority first in order to make inroads, I think the difficulty would be proving the material is safe. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, safety issue is what the authority cares most. So, and based on my experience, foreign companies should be able to provide first the origin of such a material, its biological property, and how to identify what it is, and of course the rationale behind the identification methods. The second one is they need to provide toxicology test results from a GLP certified laboratory. These can be conducted in overseas labs as well as in China. The third one is that they need to submit official documentation which can be proof the material is common food raw material in the country of origin. Best if it can show the consumption history is long enough, maybe 30 years. I think it will be very helpful to the registration. So if they can tackle these issues, there will be higher chance to get the material approved under the Chinese regulation. That's to enter China.
Okay, thank you very much, Edward. Okay, so now it is time to close the third sessions. It was a valuable time to understand the current trend of functional foods in the global markets, or meaningful support programs, and as well as the post-corona strategy for the global expansion. I want to express my sincere thanks to all three speakers and participants of the conference all around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Young-shin and Yoon Sang-young, the team manager of AT, and the other participants as well. And I'm afraid of that there will be the last session, which is specially prepared. We will talk about sharing current states of global food clusters industry with the moderator, Cha Yeon-soo, the professor of Jeonbuk National University. She has been studying on the efficiency of the traditional Korean food. Okay then, please welcome Professor Cha.
Good evening, everyone. I should say good morning in European attendee. Welcome to the special session. I am Yeon-soo Cha, in chair of this session. I am a professor in the Department of Food Science and Human Nutrition at Jeonbuk National University in Jeonju, where is very close from here. In this section, we have invited two experts from two European countries that are advanced in innovative food and health researches and applications. I'm sure that this would be an excellent opportunity for us to explore the food development trend of overseas food clusters and get innovative ideas from the future development of Korean food industry, especially in this present COVID-19 pandemic situation. It is time for us to develop our response strategy, and we look forward to seeing and learning from European health food strategy. The presentation time will be 15 minutes for each speaker, and I kindly request the speakers to stick with the present time. Q&A section will be open at the end when both the presentations are finished. Okay, the first speaker for this session, Dr. Raphael Olsen. He had the head of the Department of Fraunhofer Institute, right? And for processing, yes, engineering, and packaging. Dr. Olsen majored in food technology at Bonn University and received a PhD from the Technical University of Munich in Germany. Currently, Dr. Olsen and his team in that institute processing engineering laboratory focus on developing new foods and feeds based on plant proteins using innovative process technology. Dr. Olsen's main research area is the development of plant protein components, extraction cooking, and replacing animal protein with plant protein. Today, his presentation is titled The Prospects and Development of Plant-Based Functional Food Material. Dr. Olsen, thank you for participating in this section. Please start your presentation.
Thank you very much for this great introduction. So this leaves me not more to say about myself. This is great. Thank you for the organizers. My name is Raphael Osen and I'm delighted to be part of this conference. Before I get started, let me quickly introduce the organization that I represent today, and this is the Fraunhofer Society. Fraunhofer is the largest organization for applied research in Europe. We have about almost 26,000 people staff, 2.3 billion financial volume, and we have more than 70 research institutes that are spread mainly in around Germany, but also with subsidies worldwide. The topics that we cover, they span from automobile all the way to health and security. Now, for my talk today, the topic of food development falls under the health and environment research field. And we have one institute in the south of Germany. This is where I'm broadcasting from today, very close to Munich, close to the Alps, a nice location. And this is the Fraunhofer Institute for Process Engineering and Packaging, IVV. At Fraunhofer IVV, we cover research topics along the whole value chain of food production, starting from the raw materials, this can be plant-based or animal-based, to processing all the way to packaging and recycling. So we see ourselves as a one-stop shop for the industry on the one side, for all development issues, but also for academia that we collaborate with, and we have more to focus then on the applied research. Now, looking at the innovation process, we focus rather on the later stages of development, from orientation to market introduction. The basic research is covered more by universities or by the Max Planck, for example, and we, having a look at the application then of the developments, we need to be very close to the market. So we need to know what the industry partners, but also what their customers need now and what they need in the future. Now, looking at the food sector, at the current situation of COVID-19, the question is which food sector was affected. And we have seen in Germany, but also in other countries like the US, for example, that there has been, after the outbreak, first a run on basic commodities such as rice, pasta, flour. That was basically an effect of panic buying by consumers. The resulting shortages, however, they were rather quickly refilled. Another area is where we have seen shortages is animal-based products such as meat and dairy, which you can see on the picture on the right showing that the chicken products were not available. Here, in contrast, the shortages were the result of processing plants that had to be shut down because the workers were affected by COVID-19 in the staff. Now again, taking the US meat industry as an example, the pandemic then resulted in shortages of products and as a consequence in increases of prices for meat and dairy products. While in the US and also in Germany, for example, the meat consumption is already rather high and there is not really the risk for protein deficiency, this scenario could have severe consequences in countries with many low-income households or with limited protein supply. Now, what is the reason? Why is the meat-producing sector, why was it affected? Well, if you look at how the COVID-19, the virus, how it's spreading, and this is also the case for many other zoonotic diseases such as avian influenza, swine flu, or SARS and MERS. It starts in the vector, which is usually in a wild animal, and then it's either transmitted directly to humans or via domestic animals. And here it becomes clear that due to the vicinity of food production and wild habitats, the transmission of zoonotic diseases is likely. This is amplified by close contact between the animals and especially intensive factory farming, stress-related low immune system, poor working and living conditions of the factory workers, which in the end then just increases the risk that this happens also even more in the future. And here just a quick, or below here, Dr. Fauci said that it boggles my mind how even when we have seen so many diseases that emanate out of the unusual human-animal interface that we don't just shut it down. This would be, I think, a bit drastic, but it shows really that the experts see here some risk. Now, what if we do not change our global protein supply? Well, I just talked about the risk from intense animal farming. If we look at the increasing world population, if we look at the increasing meat production worldwide, this is even accelerating over the next years. And this is just one aspect. And another aspect is the whole sustainability debate, that if we continue to increase the meat production, in the end, we will not have area or resources to produce food for direct human consumption. It will all go into feed production. And this is basically an effect of the food conversion efficiency, which is really low, especially if you look at beef. You need about 7 kg of plant protein matter in order to produce 1 kg of animal meat. So this shows that we need to have a system that is more efficient. And the obvious step is by using plant protein directly and making products out of this. Now, what if we do change now the production systems? How could meat consumption look like in 20 years from now? And this is on the left side a graph from the United Nations, and it shows that there is a potential that meat production will decrease in favor of alternative protein sources. And this can be vegan meat replaces based on plants. It can be cultured meat. Whether cultured meat will really increase that much, I am a bit skeptical, but we see here that there is a potential, and most likely this will happen. So we see a big potential also for the whole food producing sector to have a shift now to look more into plant proteins, into the potential of alternative proteins in general to really contribute for a more sustainable, but also a more safe and a more resilient production situation in the future. Now, I'll give you a quick overview of the protein sources that can be used. It is already quite known, and there are already many sources available based on plant proteins, which are usually produced by extraction of proteins from terrestrial or marine sources. Soy as one example. There are also non-animal cell cultures, and here especially fungi is, I think, a really interesting protein source that can be produced in high scale and then used as a protein source. There's also recombinant proteins, which is the creation of individual animal proteins. And one example is the production of the development of heme, which is a molecule that can be used in plant-based burgers to get this kind of meaty, bloody almost mouthfeel and taste in the products. Then there are also animal cell cultures that I already talked about before, as well as edible insects as one alternative protein source. Now, if we look at which one are the best to choose for product development, it's interesting to look at of course, at the price, but also at the protein digestibility. So how much of the protein that is ingested, how much is really then in the end arrives for building muscle mass, for example. And in this graph, it shows that the meat products are usually a bit in the middle. So and a lot more expensive until now is cultured meat or insect protein. Rather cheap, rather affordable are the plant-based products, and they're already available right now. And looking at the protein digestibility is also interesting to see that they rank really high, soy as an example. But even pea that ranks a bit lower in the protein digestibility, if you combine it with other protein sources, for example, from cereals, you get a balanced amino acid composition and in the end a high protein digestibility. So this is why our approach is to start with plant proteins that are already available. The pulses, for example, accumulate protein up to 40%. So it's rather simple to extract these. There is a great variety of beans, lentils, lupins, peas that have not been used until now. So our approach is to start with the low-hanging fruits, start with the plant proteins. They're also very easy to tell the consumer, and here I will give you some examples of how to do this. So I will talk about, as an example of meat alternatives, of course, there's also dairy alternatives, there is yogurt, there is cheese, but I will focus here on meat. How to achieve a meat substitute with really meat-like properties? Because in the end, the product has to be tasty in order to give the consumers the satisfaction that they get from eating animal-based products. So you start with the plant raw material and you have a final product. What do you need for that? And here, the consumer expectations, they are increasing because meat has a very high standard and really high taste qualities. So the appearance and the cooking behavior should be similar to meat. It should have no plant protein. It should have plant protein sources that are easy to communicate. So GMO, allergens, this is always a bit tricky. It should have sensory properties that are really appealing. The ingredients list should be as low as possible. There should be high nutritional values and a long shelf life. So these are really high expectations that are present for a meat-like product. How to achieve this? Well, we see the key here in the technology for integrated protein processing, modification, and application. And what this means, this is what I show you here on the next slide. This is the roadmap for successful product development. This is a slide that I adapted from our great colleagues at the GFI in the US. So basically, it is important to have an application in mind, have a product in mind, let's say a burger, and then already think of the protein source selection, which protein source works best for the final product. And here, it should have a neutral taste, it should have maybe a regional sourcing, it should be allergen-free, GMO-free. The next step is then getting the protein out of the plant and then modifying the protein that it really works best in the final application. This can be done by extrusion, this can be done by fermentation, for example. And here it is important to try to use the least processing available that is possible, but as much as that is necessary to get a protein functionality that in the end works in the final product. And then in the end, it's a correct mix of ingredients and processes to create the final product. And especially when we think of plant proteins, it seems that there has been everything has been done, everything has been developed. And here it is important to keep in mind that most proteins, plant proteins that are available now, they have been byproducts. So the main focus has always been, thinking of soy, wheat, or pea, has been either on the oil or on the starch, but not merely on the protein. So the breeding was more focused on having a high starch yield. Now, if we would start with the breeding and focus already on how to achieve the best protein functionality, or the highest yield, then there is still a lot more potential to improve the protein quality. This is in the end very important if you think of protein functionality such as gelation for sausages, solubility for drinks, emulsification for mayonnaise, for example, or foaming abilities. Now, focusing more on the categories of meat substitutes, I think it's very interesting to look at what has already been developed during the last years. And here you see an image of different different categories. First, the traditional plant protein products such as tofu, seitan, and tempeh. And I think here in Europe we were lacking a lot behind many Asian countries. It has been introduced over the last couple of decades in Europe. The next development were dry or hydrated TVP, textured vegetable proteins, that are produced from extrusion and give a kind of like a foamy structure. Next category is cooked formed products that are available in retail. Then rather new are raw formed products such as the Beyond Burger, for example, or there are also a company called Omni Pork, which is I'm not sure, I think it's a Chinese company that produces raw pork, minced pork product based on soy protein, and then muscle meat-like products. This is probably the most difficult one to achieve. And I will just quickly touch on the category of the raw form products, because we have seen a lot of media attention during the last couple of years. So what is a raw plant-based burger made of, and what is the difference? What is here really the evolutionary step in the product development? Well, if we look at the regular beef burger, it has different components such as muscle meat, animal fat, blood, and cartilage that all fulfill certain functionalities in the burger, in the patty: binding, mouthfeel, flavor, color, and so on. Now, most of the products we have, or the older, let's say the older plant-based burger products on the market, they usually use just plain vegetables, and it can already be seen on the picture. It can be really tasty, but for meat eaters who want to reduce their meat intake without sacrificing, it might not be the right choice. And this is really interesting what is possible now if we think of the new developments, because here the development approach was a bit different. They were trying to imitate the components in a real burger and then finding components that have the same functionality. For example, methylcellulose that give a binding similar to muscle meat, or the beetroot extract giving the color, texture protein giving the mouthfeel and the texture of the products. And it becomes clear that especially for meat patties, the texture and the mouthfeel is very important. So looking at the texture protein, how is it produced and what can be done also in the future. So the process is not a new process. It's the textured vegetable proteins are produced by a process called thermoplastic low moisture extrusion, which is basically a process using an extruder, which is a machine with 2 rotating screws that can transport the product and can create high pressure, high temperature, and then push the raw material out of a small die that causes the protein mass to expand and to form a sponge-like textured foamy product. Usually soy is used for this, but there are also many other raw materials that can be used that are not available until now. Pseudo cereals, for example. And looking at the variety of TVP that can be produced, it also becomes clear that you need for every product, for every end product, you might need a different TVP with different characteristics. And here there's still a lot of room to improve and a lot more potential if we think of new protein sources. So that in the end, we are able to, for example, create a burger that is based on mushrooms, or that is based on a combination of let's say, quinoa and beans, and every time getting a little different characteristics so that you can choose which product you want to have. Like you can already choose if you want to have a beef or a pork or a chicken burger. So this is the goal that we see in the future. And we have a very interesting project here together with Professor Han from the University of Korea, where we look into the development of TVP with a Korean view, Korean look, Korean glasses, which raw materials would make sense from the Korean perspective, and how can we work together here and create some TVP products that would work in a Korean style dish. So this is a project that we are working since this year and going very well. Now, just to very quickly hop into I would say the newest form category of meat alternatives, which is muscle meat-like products. Why is this so difficult? Well, if we look at the animal meat structure, it's all composed of muscle tissue, which is in the form of a fibrous structure. And this, in the end, then creates this fiber structure that you see in steaks and chicken, in fish as well. And if we look at conventional plant protein products such as tofu or seitan, this is very different, because this is a gelled, a uniform network, which never gives you a mouthfeel that you are used to from animal meat. So we need a technology that is that can transform the plant-based globular proteins into an elongated state that in the end gives you an anisotropic structure that gives you the mouthfeel of meat. And this is an example of an image of a chicken meat. This is a microscopic picture, and on the right side is the textured pea protein, and it can be seen that it's already possible to create these kinds of anisotropic fibrous texture. And again, this has been done by an extrusion process. In this case, it's a high moisture extrusion process. It works a bit different. We work with high moisture contents and with a long cooling die. So basically the protein mass is heated and it is not expanded, but it is cooled down in a long cooling die, which results in a certain flow profile that is established in the cooling die. At the same time, the product solidifies, which you can see here on the right side of the picture. And this solidified flow profile in the end then gives a certain texture that can then be used to create a more like a beef cut or a chicken cut or a pork cut product. We were very happy that we could use our results from research projects and found a company together with some partners, which is the company Amidori. They are already on the market since a couple of years, and they are producing now plant pea protein-based high moisture products on the German and on the European market. And I think this is a good example of that it is possible to bring research in the plant protein field into the market. There is a market there, and I think there's a lot more possibility in the future. So to sum up, basically my take-home messages are that there is the potential to reduce the risk of future, let's say, or to increase resilient food production by focusing on plant proteins. This also has big sustainability effects. There is still a lot of room for developments. It is important to look at the whole value chain from the raw material, from the seed, all the way to the final product. And this makes it possible to have developments that in the future will give the consumers the choice. If they want to choose an animal-based product or if they want to choose a plant-based product, they're free to do, and they don't have to sacrifice on taste and flavor. So with this, I would like to end my talk, and I thank you very much again for the invitation, for the attention, and I hope that next time I can be present in Korea as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very informative talk. First of all, thank you for the introducing your institute, and thank you for the insightful presentation on the relationship between the food sources, the epidemic conditions, and how the food industry can contribute to prevent those situations. Let's move. Today's second and final speaker is Jeroen Wouters. Is it pronounced okay? Jeroen Wouters.
Yeah, good up there. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, he holds a PhD in food microbiology from the University of Wageningen in the Netherlands. And currently he serves as the director of International Food Valley, Netherlands. Dr. Wouters is a personalized nutritionist who aim to provide foods and services for meeting the nutritional needs for each individual. His presentation for today is titled Shaping the Future of Food. Welcome, Dr. Wouters. Thank you so much for participating in this section, and please start your presentation now.
Thank you very much, Kim. It's a great pleasure and honor to be participating in this event. Thank you very much for the invitation. And also, while it's digitally, it's a great pleasure to participate and to connect with you and also for the audience. So good afternoon to you, I guess, right? I will briefly touch upon the activities also just outlined by the chairperson. We'll briefly introduce Food Valley, then also a little bit of the consequences of COVID-19, and then with the focus on food and health, in that also touch upon personalized nutrition. And as said, I'm indeed Director International at Food Valley, and also active as Innovation Manager in Sports and Nutrition at the Dutch Olympic training facilities, in which we provide or hope to provide the best nutrition for Olympic athletes. And that sets a very nice example also for a broader audience. So with that, I would like to start, and I would like to take you along in that ride. And I think 5 minutes is a bit short, so we'll move on with the presentation, and I'll guide you through that. Food Valley was launched in 2004, so it's been running our network and activities ever since. And yeah, we are proud to be building a nice ecosystem on agro-food innovation. And here it gives a bit of a complex picture of the activities that will run in the coming years, the Food Valley 2030 program, in which we continue with building upon our experience to further stimulate innovation in food. And I won't really not go into detail of all the aspects in it, but we will have various functionalities and further thematics I will address in a moment. The key, however, is the contribution with a, let's say, knowledge-oriented group of companies, and that is highlighted here. And the fun thing about this group of companies is that it's a multinational, so there's large corporates involved, but also companies from other countries. And there is a nice mix of startup or entrepreneurial smaller companies with these larger companies, but also with knowledge suppliers, but also on the other hand with investors and banks. And it's a pleasure to act in this, yeah, as we call it, an ecosystem in which we see a lot of innovations takes place and happen. And yeah, the mutual activities are also seen that there is a lot of companies present, and that provides a source of inspiration. A key basis to it is the strong agro-food innovation background in the Dutch industry. There is a strong focus on R&D, and there's a lot of institutes and universities. And historically, there's also a lot of public-private partnerships being developed in which specific topics are being addressed. And those focus on the areas of horticulture and agro-food. And next to that, there's a whole set of supporting facilities. A bit more oriented towards research and science is Wageningen University and Research Center. This Wageningen University, of course, with a lot of activities taking place at this campus you see here. And for identifying or further explaining our activities, I tend to use the innovation funnel. It's a bit maybe classic to see from an idea all the way to an innovative new product, but that is maybe the linear representation of it. And at Food Valley we see that there's a lot of things that might be going wrong a little bit, so not to be negative, but that can be overcome. And we have set up a program that assists in all those different steps of the innovation funnel, in which we support companies to build their innovation. And especially at the lower graph of this panel, you see that there is a lot of attention also for the innovation process. And for example, we have various support programs to guide young entrepreneurs or startup companies towards scale-up and larger operating companies. So that is the program, and of course one part of that is the international activities in which we support the connection on innovation with other countries, like we are acting here today, and that's indeed a great pleasure to also participate in the Korean focus activity. As I said, to indicate earlier, there's various fields of innovation indicated, and protein shift is a crucial one nowadays, and that was also covered by Rafael, the previous speaker, who further explained a lot about the new developments that are being generated, and we see also a very active role in that. Then it's circular agriculture and food, we're very active in, and especially also in the topic of food and health. I will come back to that in a bit more detail in a moment. And smart and digital technology is basically a program that also supports the other topics, in which we, of course, see an extensive use of data and new technologies also in this respect. Now, and then one of the questions that came up was also, well, the impact of COVID-19 on the food landscape in the Netherlands. And of course, you see a lot of international aspects of that. But I highlighted just a few observations, so to say, not a full survey on type of activities. But what was clearly noted is that there's an increased interest for health, both in basic nutrition, sometimes indeed focused on immunity, but also the use of health ingredients. And also because of lockdown situation, the attention to physical activity was also generated a bit more. How to act in sports or how to stay physically active in an environment that's basically in a lockdown. We saw an increase in at-home cooking, so meal preparation, and therefore also basically a plus at the retail, and also followed by home delivery and online shopping principles. But on the other hand, you see a very tough time for out-of-home eating in all the various locations that can be seen: restaurants, bar, company restaurants, or restaurants around public transport facilities, etc., catering facilities. They are having a hard time and still are. And that is, of course, also a crucial part of the food intake of the individuals. And there's on one hand, of course, a tough time. On the other hand, I thought I bring this picture. There's also some creativity in that. Here you see the maybe known Dutch greenhouses, and those are now serving in Amsterdam here as a place to meet in person and pretty private, let's say. But of course, there's a big consequence in that. Now, another aspect is that there is a lot of attention on food and health, and the health aspect of food products. And we see that also taking place in the activities in personalized nutrition. And I would like to share some insights of that with you, and then that provides hopefully some further insight. And I like this graph, maybe a bit complex sometimes, but it is that you see different trends taking place. And on one hand, you see the biomarkers, and people are more interested, but are also more able to analyze various biomarkers. Normally, that would be maybe more in a medical or a setting, but nowadays you see that a bit more reflected also in day-to-day practice. For example, by using those wearables, and I'm also using here a few wearables to monitor step counts and also heart rate variability or blood pressure. All those type of tools are a bit more available to the audience. And some of them, of course, have a clear connection also with nutritional quality or nutritional status. So we see a lot of developments there. For example, also continuous glucose monitoring in blood that comes from diabetes patients, but it's so applicable in other situations. Now, and then a key aspect still on the developments is the products and ingredients. We see a lot of ingredients also derive in that specifically target the needs of certain patient groups or certain other groups like maybe allergy oriented. So the fine-tuning of those products and ingredients is going in much more detailed toward a target group or an individual person. And their dietary advice is developing also very rapidly, because those are utilizing also much more digital tools nowadays. Whereas normally a classical advice would be a consult with a dietitian. Nowadays there's much more to be analyzed via food intake monitoring apps, for example. And I will show you an example of that later on as well. So you see a shift from, in this trend of personalized nutrition, from target group nutrition, historically from infants towards age groups, elderly or patients groups, but then much more directed towards personalized nutrition, so the individual level. Now, and I'm personally involved in quite some activities in this field, and one of those examples is the public-private partnership, an example of what I mentioned earlier, called E2Move, in which there's a lot of focus on innovation in nutrition for sports, but also for care situations. And here, multiple partners are acting and collaborating together to find new solutions in that. And that's both from academia, from education, from companies and also practice of sports guidance. And at that location, which is referred to as Sportcentrum Papendal, that's Olympic training facilities, we see that we have a sort of a hatchery for a lot of new ideas in sports and nutrition. And there's a lot of examples of products, cooking methods, an app, which I will explain, but also biomarker analysis, quality of sleep in combination with nutrition for recovery, etc. And I will give you a few examples to illustrate that. And here also we see an example of vegetable-based proteins. And of course, historically, sports people, especially elite sports people, are pretty much focused on animal-based nutrition and a lot of dairy. But also there you see there's an openness to make combinations in other products. And we have been involved in various developments to also include or think of nice versions of plant-based proteins. And here, for example, with burgers based from quinoa and algae. Various concepts can be tested, and we can also provide feedback from the elite athlete perspective to it. A fun thing to see openness, and very well related also to the previous speaker a moment ago. Another aspect could be, of course, for very well-targeted cooking devices, and a nice example of that is the cooking device which is called NutriPulse eCooker. That's a cooking system based on pulsed electric fields, and that is provided by IXL, a company in the Netherlands. And that is cooking and preparing foods for a specific person in a few minutes. And that's it at the kitchen scale, but also at a larger kitchen, for example, the one in the Olympic training facilities. And it's ready to be served, but it also gives a different aspect of maturing the food and making it ready for consumption. A very interesting device, only in a few minutes cooking. And as the digital tools, I would like to share with you the Papendal Nutrition app, which is also highlighted here. You see that on the smartphone over there, probably a Samsung. And it is showing the food intake of sports people. So all the elite sports people in this case have a specific cash registration card at which they monitor their ordered foods, and that information is directly translated based on the time of consumption and the composition of the macro and micronutrients of those food products are directly coupled towards the daily required nutrition for these athletes. So they have a much more understanding of the macro and micronutrient content of this product and can learn by that how to act. And of course, I remember the Olympics in Korea, the Winter Olympics, only 2 years ago. We are looking at a bit different situation in 2021, of course. But that was also a tool that was used for the, especially the speed skaters in that. Now, and with that, you can also think of very personalized data and monitoring. And for example, here we are looking into fluid intake of specific athletes, especially at the warm conditions we expect for the coming Olympics in Japan. It is good to personally understand the fluid loss and the fluid intake and also the physiological characteristics of the intake. And here you also see the glucose monitoring, what is now set in sports setting, as examples of the continuation of the biomarker analysis for athletes in that respect as well. And I think the athletes can set an example in that because they are now requiring quite a lot of as a human individual, but that will be definitely relevant for larger audiences, such as amateur athletes, of course, but also in a patient setting or in a wider. Now, with that, I would basically like to wrap up. What is an interesting feature I would like to share with you is the worldfoodinnovations.com website, in which you can trace and track all type of innovative new products and concepts, including the ones that I just mentioned. And there you can, on certain topics, look for those innovations. And this platform is basically also open for participation from other countries and participation for to showing and demonstrating new innovations in food in that respect. And basically with that, stimulating that whole process. with that, I would like to summarize and say, as my advice, get connected and be involved. Also, while it's digitally, it is still possible, and it's a pleasure to facilitate in that process. We know that innovation does not come by itself, but we're eager and happy to assist in that process. Thank you once again for your time and interest, and happy to further address any collaboration.
Thank you. It was nice
Thank you.
talk.
Yeah, very good.
You show us the food valley in NL briefly. Thank you. And given how the situation of COVID-19 has demanded the focus on basic nutrition and immunity. Thank you for your informative presentation on the subject and challenges of food innovation. I think, once again, I thank both of the speakers for the excellent presentations. Now we have Q&A time for this session. In addition to my personal questions, several attendees have asked questions. Due to the lack of time, I have summarized already and the questions. And the first question is to first presenter, Dr. Olsen. Dr. Olsen, in your presentation, you talked about meat substitute. As you may know, people have several, negative prejudices regarding the taste or flavors of plant-based proteins or cell culture proteins. How can we overcome those? Can you share your experience?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a good question and certainly one challenge. Talking now of plant proteins, of course it depends on which protein source that is used and how much the protein is processed. And here it's important to have a balance between least processing as possible, but in the end, if you do more processing, then you can decrease some of the flavor components to get a more neutral taste in the end. And I think there are a lot of developments already that really show that you can have really neutral proteins that you can then in the end work into many different product prototypes. There is also the possibility to use different processing technologies such as fermentation, for example, which I think is really interesting. If we think of soy sauce, for example, you also use fermentation to modify the taste and flavor profile. So why don't we use fermentation to work with enzymes, to work with microorganisms to change the taste and aroma profile in order to get more umami, for example, so that we don't have to have any aroma components in the end in the final product. So I think there is still many things to explore.
Okay. We have learned that plant-based protein sources are the great relevance in the current global scenario, but convincing the consumers remain the difficult test. Next question might go, we would like to ask Dr. Wouters. Dr. Wouters, in your presentation, you focus on athletes for personalized nutrition. Could you share what kind of strategy can be applicable for personalized health nutrition, not only athletes, but also for the general public? So do you have any plan to extend your work in that area also? Share your experience, please.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for the question. And yes, for athletes, of course, there are individuals that are fully focused on the results they have to perform with their body, and they are thinking along the lines of training and recovery and performance. But I think we see that in much more target groups. Of course, you see a clear connection to amateur athletes that are maybe performing at a bit lower level, but are still very active in combining that often with a work day, and there the food sports nutrition industry is taking a full effort upon. But for example, the app we demonstrated that is coupled to a cash registration system. And that cash registration system is also available for multiple other locations. For example, for registration of meals at company restaurants. And then that can be combined with the app also to provide these individuals a bit more understanding of where food take is bringing them. And I think that is a very important part, that it is education also, and understanding what food intake is. And that is much more broader relevant. And of course you see patient groups or very specific physical actively jobs also looking into this. For example, army or fireman or police type of jobs.
Okay. I think personalized nutrition is a new era in nutrition area, includes tracking the nutritional status of each individuals and giving them adequate diet recommendations and advice. So I think it's, thank you again, Dr. Walters and Dr. Oyen. And this brings us to the end of this section. It was definitely a meaningful time to reconsider the challenges in Korea's health food industry, considering the examples from those advanced European countries. Once again, I thank both speakers, Dr. Olsen and Dr. Walters, who contribute to this excellent section. I also thank all the attendees. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor
Bye-bye.
Chow, and to speakers for sharing your valuable thoughts for this last session. Wow, thank you very much again. And now, I'm afraid to say that it's time to wrap up this conference. But through this conference, we can take the opportunity to think about how to overcome the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic. Korean says, opportunities are found in times of crisis, and we should be able to turn lemons into lemonade. Let's try to welcome this opportunity to make a better human life, overcoming COVID-19 crisis. And we hope that the role and challenge that we have will be responsible for the future of Korea food industry and create a healthy life for humanity. Thank you for your support and interest, and thank you for joining us at the very end of the conference today. Thank you.